Hello and welcome to this Twitch clone tutorial. Here's what we will build today. We have a Next.js web application where we can log in and sign up with either email or using Google Sign-in. Then we are greeted with an onboarding flow where we can set our username and more. Then we will see a list of the currently available live streams that we can join and browse through. We can also enter our dashboard and start a stream from there. We can select between different settings, such as the camera that we want, or we can switch between screen sharing, camera sharing, or even do both. As a user, we can also watch live streams from others. We can just see what they're doing, watch it full screen or not, and we can even chat with other users. And the streamers themselves, of course, can also chat with their audience. So to build this, we will first of all use Next.js as our web framework of choice. We will use TypeScript and the latest and greatest technologies there, including the app router, server actions, and many more. As an auth provider, we will go with Clerk because they offer a very intuitive API and great functionality that is perfect for our use case. We will hook this up together with Supabase to have a database solution which works great for us to handle all the user data as well as the data about the live streams. Finally, we will use Stream for live streaming and the chat functionality because it just works very well together and it's easy to integrate in our React-based application. This is going to be a very long tutorial, so I might have some gray hair by the end of it. And my look might change throughout the video. If you notice when, then please leave a comment to see if you get it right. And we will also have an accompanying GitHub repo where we can find the final code. So if you want to take a look at this, then feel free to just do that or to follow along. I will go over each of the implementation steps with explanations so that you exactly know what to build. Again, this is going to be a longer form video, but I want to explain to you all the things that you need to implement to have a fully functional clone of a very popular streaming application. I've added chapter marks so that you can switch between the things that you're interested in, or you can just watch the whole thing in one take, of course, if you're into that. Before we start, of course, you need to like the video and follow the channel because that really supports us. And with that, we jump directly into the action with the first step. The first thing we want to cover is going to be the project setup. For this one, we have two prerequisites. The first one is that we need to have Node installed. We will be using Node version 22, but it should work all the way down to Node version 18. And with that, we also need NPM, but this comes pre-installed with Node, so that shouldn't be much of a problem. The second thing that we need is an IDE or an editor. We will be using VS Code here, so any other VS Code-based tool such as Cursor or anything similar should be sufficient, but you can also use any other IDEs that you like, just things might look a little bit different there. So without further ado, let's jump right into the terminal. We want to set up the project now, and as you can see here, by the way, I'm using Warp as my terminal, and you can see here that we're using Node.js version 22, and what we can now is we can paste this command npx create next app latest, which will take the latest version of the Next.js setup script, which will first be installed, and now we can define a name for our project. We call it a Twitch clone. We want to use TypeScript, yes. We want to use ESLint as well for linting and Tailwind CSS for styling. We don't want a source directory, we don't need this, but we want to use the app router. And we can use TurboPack for Next.js, which should be a little bit faster. And we don't want to customize the import alias because the add symbol is fine for us. It will initialize our project now with the default template. And after it's done, we can open it up using the editor that we like. We will be using VS Code to open it up. So we switch into the folder And now we type code dot and the project will open up. We now see everything that was generated here, and we can open up the terminal inside VS Code now and type npm run dev. And as we can see, we have things being set up here, and we see our project is now running on localhost 3000. So if we switch to the browser, we open up a new tab and we can see the project is initialized. So the initialization worked, and just to test things out, we can switch back to VS Code, make this full screen. We close the terminal, and now let's navigate to the app layout. And here we have some metadata that is defined. So let's change this to Twitch clone, our version of the Twitch platform. So we change the title and description, and if we now switch back, we see here that this is now properly defined as the Twitch clone. So the changes that we have done work. And this sums up the definitely shortest section of this long tutorial. But we've set up the project now, which means we are ready to start with the real implementation, which we will do now. First thing we want to implement is the auth flow. And here we want to follow 4 steps. The first one is that we need to sign up for an account on the Clerk dashboard. Then we want to use a middleware to protect the routes and redirect all unauthenticated users to a certain route. Next, we want to build a navigation bar that allows users to log in and log out. And the 4th step is to adjust the UI to actually look like the one for Twitch. So let's jump directly into our browser to sign up for Clerk. And here we can go to clerk.com, and we need to sign up if we don't have an account, but we do. So we can go to the dashboard, and I have an old one here. So let's create a new application. Let's call this one Twitch clone. And the cool thing is that we see the side by side here, whatever we want to configure here. So if we take out the Google one or the email one, the sign up flow or sign in flow will look different, which is quite a cool implementation of this. And you can see we have a lot of options that we can use for Clerk and signing up. For now, we'll go with an email and a Google flow just to see how this works, and we can hit create application, and we will directly see this is what we can do. We have a flow that tells us what to do, but we will do this on our own. But the first thing we want to do is let's copy this command, because we actually want to install the Clerk Next.js package. So let's go back to VS Code. Let's open up our terminal and let's paste this command, npm install Clerk Next.js. This worked, but since we're also using TypeScript, we want to import the types as well. And for that, we also install Clerk types. Next, we need to have an environment file where we can save the sensitive values. So let's create one in the project root. We call it .env. We can close the sidebar, and now we need to add 2 variables. The first one being a next public Clerk publishable key, and we can see with the next public prefix that this will be available on the client. So these are reserved for things that are safe to publish. If we omit the next public prefix, then it will only be available on the server-side implementation. So keep that in mind, because for the other one, the Clerk secret key, we'll do just that. So this is the secret key that we shouldn't share anywhere. So this is just for running on the server. And now we can get these keys We can see here we have the first one being shown here. So actually what we can do, we can copy this from the tutorial, and let's take the two and paste them. I have blurred the secret key, and the other one, as I said, this is available, which should be fine. We will come back to this in a second because we need to configure one more thing. But first, let's see how we can inject Clerk into our application. And for that, we open up the layout.tsx file. And first, we need to import the Clerk provider. And then we wrap our entire HTML component in a Clerk provider object. So what this does is it injects the necessary authentication mechanism into our entire application. So whenever we want, we can now access our authentication data using hooks that Clerk provides. If you're a little bit unsure about how this works, then I will add a link to how context and providers work in React, but explaining this would break the scope of this tutorial, which is already way too long. But with this, we now have our Clerk provider set up. However, the protection of routes is not happening yet. So if a user is not signed in, they can now access everything inside our application, which we want to prevent. And for this, we can use something called a middleware. This is a Next.js concept that is executed whenever a user visits a page. We will go through the middleware route and can now say this page is allowed or not. We can also use this for things like analytics. I will also add a link in the description for a explainer how things work with middleware and Next.js. And Clerk actually provides a helpful tool for that, which we can configure and say these routes are protected and these routes are public. And for us, we only want the login route to be publicly available, because whenever someone wants to visit a site that is protected, they should be redirected to the login page. And if they're authenticated, then everything should be fine. Now, to configure this routing effect, we need to add the middleware.ts file in the root of our project. So let's add middleware.ts here and close the sidebar. And now we use part of what we get defined here in the Clerk documentation, but we will adopt this a little bit to our use case. So first, let's use this config that they share as well. This is just a measure to basically find all files. But then the interesting part starts, because we first import the Clerk middleware and the Clerk route matcher. And then we define what a public route is. And for us, the only route that is public is the login route. So whenever we see someone entering the site and they're not authenticated, they should be redirected to the login page, which is the only one that they have available. So what we can do then is to define the Clerk middleware, which is the function that we imported, which replaces the Next.js middleware function more or less, or as a wrapper around it. And then we can say if the route we are visiting is not public, then we take the login URL and we construct this with the path, and we import next response, and we return next response.redirect to login URL. So let's save this and ensure that our project is running. We now visit localhost 3000 and we see the page could not be found because we have automatically been redirected to the login route. So this works just as we expect. So what's remaining for us is to now define how someone can actually log in and define this route. However, before we do that, we missed one thing, because if we look at our code, the Clerk middleware runs whenever a non-public route is visited. So if a user who is authenticated will now try to access any route, they will also be redirected. But luckily we can easily prevent this, because what we can do now is we can say we want to have the user ID in our middleware, and we can use the auth hook provided by Clerk. And we can use this user ID because this will only be defined whenever user is logged in. So we can now add to this check here and saying if there is no user ID and the route is non-public, then we want to redirect them. In case we have a user ID and it is a non-public route, we are fine. And then we just say we continue with the procedure. And with that, we have configured our private routes to be available for logged in users. Next, we need to actually create the login route because we haven't done that yet. So now inside our app folder, let's create a new folder called login. And inside login, we create a new file called page.tsx. And what we can do here, we can simply define a export default function login page, and we return a login. If we save this and we switch over, we see the beautiful UI that we just created, which is fine for now because we will fill that up later. But more importantly, what we can now do is we can add our navigation bar with the login and logout functionality. We will add this into our app in the next step, but for now, let's create a new folder called components. Inside, we create a new folder called navigation bar, and inside we create a new file called navigationbar.tsx. And we close the sidebar so that we can start with the implementation of our navigation bar component. The first thing we do is we create a component here, we call it navigation bar, and we return a header. And inside that header we have a nav element. We style this to be the full width. We have a flex layout with black text. We center the items, space the items out to make the most space between them, have a white background, a small padding and a slight border at the bottom with a gray color. We will change this later on to look more twitchy, but for now we want to implement a sign-up flow. And for that, we will use the Clerk components that we get out of the box. Again, we will change them in a second, but let's first get the flow running. And for that, we will use first the signed out component that we need to import. And what this will do is whenever we are in the signed out state, which we're currently in, we can show a certain UI, and we can use the signed in component to show things conditionally when a user is signed in, which is great for us because we can show a login and sign up button if we're signed out, and if we're signed in, we can show a sign out button. So for this, let's use a sign in and a sign up button that we can both use from Clerk directly. And in the case we are signed in, we want to show a signed in button. Again, we import this from Clerk directly because now we can say whenever we're in the signed out state, we want to show a sign in and a sign up button. Both can be possible. And then if the user is signed in, we will show a sign out button. We can save this, but if we switch over, we won't see it because we are not actually displaying the navigation bar. Now, what would be a good place to put this? We could use the login and now put the navigation bar here, but the problem with that is that we would need to repeat this for all pages. Luckily, Next.js has the layout components here, and for us this is perfect because we want to show the navigation bar in every page of our application. So what we can do is we can add it here and say we want to have the navigation bar here. We don't need any parameters. And this will say this is the root layout of our app. So for this, we can say every page that is displayed will have this navigation bar. So if I save this and switch over, we now see at the top here we have a sign in and a sign up button. All right, so let's sign up now. We will be automatically directed to the sign up flow for Clerk. We can hit continue with Google. I need to verify that I'm human. I can select a account to sign in. And what will happen is I will now see the changes inside the navigation bar here, because it automatically now shows a sign out button. So what's also cool is we're still on the login route, but what we can do now is we can also go to our home route and the navigation bar will still be shown. So if I now hit the sign out button, it will not only change the navigation bar at the top to be able to sign in and up again, but also we will be automatically redirected to the login because all other routes are protected. I think it's very cool that with such an easy setup, we can have a perfectly flowing login procedure in our application, which is just really cool. But you might think this doesn't look great yet. And I agree. So let's next start with making this actually look like Twitch. And for that, we need to take a few steps. Before we start though with the UI work, I want to quickly mention that a few of the things that we're doing now is laying the groundwork for things that we will do later. Specifically, we will try to add reusable components to make sure we get the branding just right. And for that, we first will see how or if we can find a logo that we want to put on for the navigation bar. Because if you want to take a look, let's open up Twitch real quick to see how the UI looks there. And we can see at the top here, the navigation bar shows the icon and then some text with a search bar in the middle, and then the user things in here, so we can log out. We see the login and sign up button, which we will try to replicate. But for that, let's search for the logo first, Twitch logo asset. And for this, we will see that Twitch actually offers Twitch brand assets, which for us is really great because this is exactly what we need. So we can download this. So let me pull this up real quick, because what we see here is we see there are Twitch logos and there's a guideline. For now, we are really interested in the glitch. So if we take a look at this, this is how that looks like. And let's use the SVG file for this. So let's take this, let's open up our project and let's drop this in the app folder so that we can use it. And let's rename this to say Twitch Purple. Awesome. Now that we have this, the second thing that we want to do is update our global CSS to add the colors that we want for our Twitch clone. And for that, we can make use of the latest version of Tailwind, which allows us to define them directly in our CSS here in the theme. And we can then use them everywhere inside our application, which is awesome. And specifically, we will use the Twitch Purple, which is this color. We will use the Twitch Black, which is just black, and the Twitch Ice, it's called. And by using names that describe what they do, is allows us to later maybe change the values, or we can add a dark theme there. So that gives us all the flexibility that we need. And by defining the prefix of color here, we can actually use them just like we use any other color in Tailwind. So this is very, very convenient for us. So with this being done, let's open up the navigation bar again. And this is where we want to now adjust things. And we will define the leading part, so the logo, directly in here, but we will also need some other elements. So for example, we want the search bar and we want these trailing items, which will contain the buttons. But for that, let's make this a little bit bigger and let's add two new components here. The first one will be called search bar. And the second will be called trailing items, because we don't have a better name as of now. We want to start with the search bar, but for that we first need a search bar icon. So what we will now do is inside the components folder, let's create a new file here, call it icons.tsx. And inside here, we will define all the icons that we need, and then we can import them and just use them inside our application. And as a wonderful tool that we can use for getting icons, we will go to heroicons.com, which gives us free icons to use. And one thing we can use, for example, is the magnifying glass, and we can directly copy the JSX logic here, which means we can now do a export function, search, and here we return the SVG that we just found. This is great, but we also already know that we need other icons as well. And specifically, these are the 3 dots, and I think this is called ellipsis, vertical. So let's copy this as well. Let's say export function ellipsis vertical. And again, we return the SVG. And the last one we want is a mail icon, which we can use this envelope for. So let's export function mail. And let's return this. With this, we have the 3 icons defined. So we can now switch back to the search bar and actually implement this one. But before, we close the sidebar. Now we can start by importing our search icon from our icons file. Then we define a component called search bar, and we return a container with a display flex, and we center the items, give it a height of 5, and say we want the min width to be of medium width. Then we create an input, which will have the search as a placeholder, and it is of type text. We make it the full width, give it a light background, and make it a light gray border with some padding and small text, and round it a little bit. And after the input, we want to show the icon for search. We give it a light gray background, the text we set to black, give it some slight padding that we customize to be 0.3 rem, because that just looks good. And we round it on the right side only. I actually didn't know about this rounded R property, which makes rounding in Tailwind really, really easy, which I really like. And then inside we simply drop our search icon. We save this, and next we want to also create the trailing items component. And for this one, we need to think a little bit more, because what we want to implement here is the icons for login and sign up, as well as sign out. Then we want to have this email icon, this envelope that indicates whether there are any new notifications. And third, we want to show a user button. And for this, we actually forgot to add the icon. So let's switch back to Heroicons and let's add a user. I think that's perfect. So we switch to icons and do export function user and return the SVG for this. But then we also need to have buttons. And I think since we will also need buttons in other parts of our application, it makes sense to define a custom component for this, because we want to have different variants of buttons. So let's switch to the Explorer here. And inside our components folder, we create a new folder, call it button. And inside we create a new file called button.tsx. The file structure is just something that I am used to like this. You can also do this differently. I'm not an expert in React architecture or file structure. This is just how I do it. Okay, we have created the button and let's think what we want to actually implement here. We want to have different variants of our button, and there are different ways to do this. For us, we want to make the most out of Tailwind and combine different classes there. And for that, we need to install a few convenience functions for this. The first one is called Class Variance Authority. I will copy this and install this. So let's cancel this for now. And let's install this first. And if you take a look, it doesn't really have much documentation here, but basically what it does is we can combine Tailwind inside of our TypeScript files, which is very convenient for us, and we will see how this works in a second. The second library that we need is Tailwind merge, and you can see we can call the twmerge function to merge certain properties in Tailwind, which otherwise would not be possible. So let's also install this. And the third one that we need is actually called CLSX, which allows us to conditionally combine class name strings, which is also what we want. So let's copy this as well. And let's run npm run dev again. We can close this for now. And before we start with our button implementation, we actually need to create a little helper function. And for that, let's create a new folder, call it lib, and we create a utils file that we call utils.ts. So it's just a TypeScript file. And the implementation is actually quite easy. First, we import CLSX and the class value type from the CLSX package, and from Tailwind merge, we import the twmerge function that we have already seen. And then we export a new function, call it cn for class names. We get inputs as an array of class values, and we simply call the twmerge function to combine all the inputs with the CLSX function. That sounds and looks a little bit fancy, but we will see in a second what this is good for. Because now we switch back to our button, and here we can now start with importing React, CVA and variant props and CN, so the one that we just created. We will see in a second what the CVA and the variant props are doing, but they will come in very handy for us. So first we define a button variance constant, and for this we use the CVA function. Because what this now gives us is the option to say we define a base string that will be applied to all variants of the button that we will be creating. So every button has the cursor pointer and a transition property with the duration and the easing function that we defined for this. And now we can define certain variants, which will be great for us. Because we can now say, okay, so for the variants, we want to have an icon variant. And for this, we define the custom Tailwind string of, give it a padding of 2. We want to have it fully rounded, and on hover, we want to change the background color, which will automatically transition since we defined this for all buttons. Then we have another variant, which is going to be the primary one. Here we use the Twitch purple background that we have defined in globals. So this is how we can use this. It should have a text white, a Y padding of 2, and an X padding of 3. We change the font and the text size and make it rounded. We want to have a secondary button which looks almost similar, but has a gray background and a black text. And on hover, we change the background slightly. And lastly, we will have a ghost button, which has no background at all. But on hover, we give it an accent background and change the foreground. Now with this, we have defined all the variants, and we can also define a default variant, which we choose as the primary one. So if we don't define a variant for our button component, it will automatically become a primary button. Now we can define the interface for our button, and this is going to be button props, and we extend the React button HTML attributes of a button element. So this will give us the option to define all other button properties, such as on click, without needing to change anything. And we also want to have the variant props of type button variants. So this means we can use all the usual ones like on click, but we can also use the variants that we define here. So we can now define the variant of, for example, icon or primary or secondary or ghost, or it will default to primary. But with this, we have a very extensible way to create a button property, or better, component that allows us to combine all these things. And then we can say we want to have as child to be a Boolean. And then we define the component, which we will define as a forward ref, and the exact HTML button element that I just told you about, and the button props that we have defined as an interface. And then we deconstruct the class name, the variant, and all the other props, as well as the ref, to then return a HTML button with the class name, which we now combine with the class names. And we take the button variants and take the variant as well as the class name that we defined, so we can also customize it if we want. And the ref will be the forward ref element here. And then inside we also deconstruct the props. So if we set anything else, we can apply this directly to our pure HTML element. Then we define a display name of button. And finally, we export the button as well as the button variant so that we can set this properly. This was a little bit complicated, but the way we have defined this allows us to very easily use the button in any way that we like, with a lot of customizability, but also with a lot of pre-built variants so that we can use this everywhere inside our application without needing to adjust much for it. And let's see this in action, because we now switch back to our trailing items function or component. And here we first import a bunch of things, and you will see in a second how we combine all of this, because now we define the trailing items component and we will return a few things here because our component has a few elements. First, we create a container where we say we want to have a flex layout and we want to center the items vertically and give it a little bit of a gap so that we have some distance between each of the elements. The first thing we define is going to be a regular button with the text black, rounded full, and a hover state. And for this we have our mail icon. Then we take the signed out definition or component from Clerk, and reminder, this is a component that says whenever a user is signed out, we want to display the content that's inside there. Here we take a sign in button. We have used this before, but the cool thing is that we can actually use it like this so that we can wrap an element inside that will be shown. So we don't have the default sign in button. If we quickly switch back to our clone, this is the button, so it doesn't really have any styling, but we can customize this and we can now insert a button that we just defined with a secondary variant and give it the text of login. So we can customize this pretty easily, and otherwise it would have just shown this sign in text. We want to do the same for this sign up button. Here we want to have the primary variant and it says sign up. Of course, in case we are signed in, we also want to show something, especially the sign out button again, but we want to customize it. And inside we show a button of variant secondary with the text logout. Finally, we want to have a link to our app dashboard route that we will define later in this tutorial. But inside, again, we can have a button with the variant of icon. And inside we simply show the user icon that we have defined inside our icons file here. We can save, and with this we have the trailing items component ready, but we are neither showing the search bar nor the trailing items component. So let's switch back to our navigation bar again, and let's refactor this a little bit to actually use the components that we have just defined. So first, let's get rid of all of this here, because we won't need this anymore. And also we won't need all these imports, but instead we want to add now a few others. And let's start by importing a few things. First, we import the image component from Next.js. Then we import the link from Next.js, and we import the Twitch purple icon. Remember, we put this icon here in our app folder. This is how it looks. And what we can do now is we can now, inside our nav component, we start by creating a container div with a flex layout, center everything, and give it a gap of 6. And then inside we create a first link. And for this we use the image component and we add the Twitch purple logo and can define a width and a height for this. And since we're using an SVG file, this will look good on every screen size. Then we create another link, call it browse, and give it an href to the browse route. And we say we want to have a black text and a bold font for this. Then we can import our newly created button because, again, we will use this and it comes in very handy for us. Because we will now say we want to have a button with a variant of icon, and we show the ellipsis vertical that we need to import, of course, from our icons. And with this, we show this button. It will get all the styling from our button component, and we have used our first variant here. Then we want to import and use the search bar that we can import here, as well as the trailing items that we can import as well. And if we save this, we can now already take a look at our browser, and we are not running the project. We are, but we need to reload this. And as we can see, this looks excellent already. We have the Twitch icon, we have the browse button, we have the ellipsis vertical, we have our search bar. I think the icon is slightly too large, so let's change this. We go to the icons, we see our search icon here, and we can simply reduce the size to be size 5. And I think that looks perfect. So we have the search bar and we have these icons here. We can see it looks beautiful. We can log in, we can sign up, and I think that looks very nice overall. The only thing I don't like is this login screen. I think we can make this look better. So let's get to this. Let's see, we can search for login and we can see the page here. And let's first get rid of this. And then let's fill it up with some at least decently looking UI. First, we need to define that this is a use client component. So this will be rendered inside the browser directly so that we can add logic that is executed on the client side. Here we need to import a few things, but let's go over what we do with them step by step here. First, we will use a user hook from Clerk because we want to know if we are signed in. Because if we're signed in, we don't want to show this screen actually. So we can say if we are signed in, or if the user is signed in to be more specific, we want to redirect the user to the /app route. We haven't defined this. We will do this in the next chapter, but this is what we will do because we don't want people to be signing in that are already signed in. And then let's define a little UI here. We want to have a section. We make this a flex layout, give it the height and the width of screen. So 100% of the view, port, width and height. And we center the items and justify them so that everything is centered here. We want to give a new container, a flex layout or flex column, and center everything in there as well. Give it some spacing in the horizontal direction. And then we add the Twitch logo. So the logo is the Twitch purple that we just defined. Give it a headline of H1 and another container that will now have 2 icons. And of course, we want to conditionally show this signed out again, that people don't sign in if they're already signed in. And we again define the sign in button with the button variant of secondary for login, and the sign up button with the primary variant for signing up. This is very similar to our navigation bar. And let's close the brackets here. And this is now done. So if we switch to the browser, we see this actually looks really good. I think we can log in from here and sign up from here or from here. So with this, we have added complete sign up and login functionality to our application. The user will be routed to the login screen if they're not signed in. And if they have successfully signed in, but are still on the login page, they will automatically be redirected to the app, which is the functionality that we will add next. But I think it's really cool to see how easy it is to integrate Clerk into the app with all the functionality that we have, which is non-trivial, I think, but the implementation is not very complicated. We needed to add a few things, especially for the UI, but I think we are doing quite well with getting the Twitch look just right. So in the next step, let's actually implement the application, which is going to be a lot of fun. We want to use Supabase for everything database related. For this, we first need to set it up with Clerk together because we want to have the authorization done by Clerk, which we already implemented. And then we want to save everything in the databases from Supabase. For them to work together, we need to combine this and check the authorization status of our users. So we will set this up first. Then we define our database structure. For now, we will create a users table and we will later on add to that as well. Then we create a context object to inject the database data into our application. And then we will design an onboarding flow so that we set all the necessary data we need for our app inside the users table in Supabase. So for now, let's get started by opening up the browser and going to supabase.com because we want to create a project first. I am already signed in, but if you aren't, you can just do that. And then we want to start a project. For now, I click New Project. I will give the project the name of Clone of Twitch. I won't type in a strong password. And as a region, I will select US East Ohio. I will create the new project. I need to set a database password. So I will generate one. I will copy this and save it in a very secret place and then create the new project. I don't want to save the password. Okay, but now we have a clone of Twitch project. We can now start by creating tables for our app or exploring the authentication flows and everything else. But the first thing we want to do is connect Supabase with Clerk. And for that, we can find an integration guide which says use Clerk with your Supabase project, which is exactly what we want. And actually, we can even follow the guide here because it says getting started is easy. Start off by visiting Clerk's Connect with Supabase page to configure your Clerk instance for Supabase compatibility. So let's open this up. And here we can see select your instance. That's the one. I want to select the clone of Twitch that we just defined. We select the development instance. And we enable the Supabase integration, which will add an additional claim to Clerk's session token. And then we need to populate your Clerk domain in Supabase. So we need to open this up. First, we'll copy the Clerk domain, and then we open this up. We select a project to continue. We will use the clone of Twitch one. And then we now see we want to have a sign-in provider, specifically a third-party auth, and I will add a provider. We have the option to choose from the following. I want to use Clerk, and I paste the domain that I just got presented, and just like that, it says successfully created a new Clerk integration, which is actually quite awesome that it works that easily. With that done, we now want to add Supabase to our project, so the code part, and for that we go back to the dashboard and we scroll down here because we want to here see connecting to your new project. While we won't follow this exactly, we see the project URL as well as the API key that we want to have in our project. So we need to get ready to copy this, and we actually see the client libraries that are available here. So we will use the JavaScript one. And if we click on docs, we can already see this is how I can install it. And this is how I can initialize this. So there's an easy create client function that we will use. And there's even a very cool functionality called generating TypeScript types, because we can easily do this for tables, which we will get to later on. But for now, let's use the command. We can already copy this. We switch back to VS Code and I open up the terminal here, cancel the latest command, and we'll now simply paste npm install supabase/supabase.js. And let's run the project again so that we won't forget this. And what we want to do now is we want to be able to initialize Supabase inside our project. So let's create a new folder here. Let's call it contexts. And inside we create a new file and we call it database context.typescript. We close the sidebar. Then we start by defining a database context type. And what's in here is all the data we want to provide for components that are consuming or accessing the database context. So inside we will add a Supabase object, which is of type Supabase client, which we can import from Supabase.js. And then we have an error in case anything goes wrong so that we can display this. And then we add a function as well, which will be set Supabase client with an access token, which we will get from Clerk. And with the access token, we can initialize our Supabase client. Then we will create a context object of the database context type or null. The reason we want to have the null check is because we want to initialize it here. We need to import the create context function from React. If you are not familiar with how contexts work, I will add a link in the description of the video, but it's just a mechanism to inject a object that provides data inside the component tree so that we can access it anywhere down the tree, which is a very simplified version of the explanation, but I can't go into too much detail here because of time. All right, we have added the create context object. So what we now do is we want to have the database provider, which will be used to provide data and access to this. It will receive children because if we inject it into our tree, we wrap our component wherever we do it, and the component will be inside, which is going to be the children here. Then we want to import the use state because we want to actually change data inside our provider. And the first thing we want to change is the Supabase object, which will be either Supabase client or null. Then we have the error as well, and then we define the functions at Supabase client. We will use a use callback hook so that this won't be redrawn every time. This was a bad explanation. The use callback hook is used to prevent the function from being a cause of redraws. So the memory address it will have will stay the same, and therefore whenever we have updates it will not trigger a redraw. Okay, so it will get the access token as a string, and then we first extract the Supabase URL and the Supabase anonymous key from our process environment, which we haven't set yet, but we will do that in a second. And we will check, and if these are not available, we will throw a new error, because this is a point where our app doesn't really work. So we will want to figure this out as early as possible. Then we initialize the Supabase client using the create client function that we have seen, which is part of the Supabase.js package. And then we set Supabase with the function from the useState hook and update the Supabase client. Then we can return the database context.provider, and inside we give it a value of Supabase, so this object, the error, so this object, as well as the function to set the Supabase client. And inside we will have the children. Then we also define a hook so that everywhere below the injection we will have access to our database context object. And this useDatabase hook will first import the useContext object, and we will define the context using the useContext and inject this database context object. And then if it's not there, we will again throw an error, because this is when we try to access the database context whenever it was not injected. So it makes sense to throw an error here. And then we simply return this. Now, as you can see, there's still an error happening here, and I do know why, because upon creation of the database context object, I missed something, because it is a TypeScript file, and this is clearly TSX code. So let's change this to be TSX, and we will see the error is disappearing. We're not yet setting the error here, so we get a warning, but we'll use that later on, because I can already tell you this database context object will grow over time. To finish the initialization, we now need to add the environment variables. And for this, we switch over to our .env file. And first, we will need to add the next public Supabase URL environment secret. So we switch back to our browser, and here we have the clone of Twitch. So we have our Supabase project, and we scroll down here, and by looking at connecting to your new project, we will see here the project URL. So we can copy this and paste this here, and we do the same thing for the next public Supabase anon key, so the anonymous key, which we will copy as well and paste here. We save this and close it. And now we have defined the database context, but we're not injecting it yet. Now let's take a moment and think about where we actually need this. As an example, we have added the Clerk provider, which is using the same concept, in our root layout, because we want to wrap in our entire application in the authentication provider so that we can access it anywhere, because we need this to react to unauthorized users, because we redirect and reroute them. For the database object, however, we don't need it everywhere. We just need it when a user is actually logged in. And if you remember correctly, whenever a user is logged in, they get redirected to the /app router. We haven't created this yet. So inside our app folder, which is somewhat unlucky naming, we create a new app folder, and inside we create a new file. And the first one we create is layout.tsx, and we will also add a page.tsx as well. But first let's fill out the layout, because this is actually where we want to initialize our database provider. And for that, let's first define a layout. We call it app layout, which has children. And inside we will initialize the database context provider. So let's first import this from the file that we just created. And then we return the database provider with the children. Doing this, however, will fail. The reason for this is if we switch back to our database context, you will see that we are using the useState hook, the useCallback hook, and the createContext hooks. So if we're using these hooks, especially the useState hook, we actually need to run on the client side because server side this wouldn't be available. So the last thing we need to do inside our layout file is to set the use client directive here. So we ensure that everything under the app folder here will be running on the client side. With this, the layout is done. So we can create the next file here. And this time it is going to be the page.tsx. Here we first define the use client directive because we want to run on the client side again. And then we define an app page here, and let's give it some very basic HTML to get started. We will create a simple section with a flex layout, item center, justify center, and say the app is running. Let's save this. And now we want to initialize the Firebase client directly here. To do this, we import a few things, but the interesting part is happening now. Because first we will have a session which we'll access using the use session hook, which is something we get from Clerk. Then we also use our just defined use database hook that we import from our database context file to access the Supabase object as well as the set Supabase client function. Then we use a use effect hook. So whenever we mount this component, we will execute this effect. And here we define an async function, call it initialize Supabase with the session from Clerk. And then we get the token from the session. And if the token actually has a value, we want to call the set Supabase client function with the token. With the initialize Supabase function defined, we can now say if there is a session and Supabase is not yet defined, then we want to call the initialize Supabase function, which in call will use the token to call the set Supabase client function. If session is not there or Supabase is not initialized, is already initialized, we log that there is no Clerk session. We also need to update the dependency list here because this depends on the session. So whenever the session changes, this will be redrawn. Same goes for the set Supabase client function, which we luckily wrapped in a use callback hook, and the Supabase object, which might cause problems. And this is why we actually had this check here. So this will be re-evaluated and re-executed whenever the Supabase client will be set. But since we have this check, this won't leave any problems for us. Awesome. With this, the initialization is now implemented and we can actually take a look at our application to see if it works. So let's try and switch to our browser, and we see we are currently not logged in. So let's change this. We want to continue with Google and use this again, which will redirect us to the app route. And we can see the app is now running. And if we check the output here in the console, we see that it has the no Clerk session output. And if we look closer here, it means that, well, this is executed, and supposedly it was first executed when there was a session and Supabase was not initialized. then it was called, and then it got redrawn, and then the console log happened, which means for us that the initialization seems to have worked. We don't see any errors here, so this is a good sign. But now what we can do is we can actually go to the next step and start with the first table that we want to have, which is going to be the users table, which we will then use to add an onboarding flow to our app to set the necessary data fields to create an actual profile for our user. To create our users table, we head directly to Supabase and we go over to the table editor and hit the create a table button. We will call this table users, give it a description of the users of our application. This is optional. We have a concept in Supabase that is called row level security, or in short RLS, which means we can have very specific rules stating which database tables and rows or columns users can edit, which is something that is definitely recommended to use. Having said that, we will deactivate this because we are just doing this during development. So please note that this is not something you should ever do, especially when publishing your app. But for the sake of simplicity during development, we will do this now. And yes, for now we won't enable real-time. This might change in the future, but yes, we need to define the columns now. And here we want to have a few. The first one we want is the ID, but we don't want this to be an int. We want this to be a UUID. It will have a generated random value. And yes, this is the primary field of our table. We'll also have a created at so that we know when this row was entered. So for example, if in this case, if a new user will sign up, the created at will be at the time when the user signed up. Next, we add a column. We call it username because we want our users to be able to have a name. We set the text and we don't give it a default value, but what we can now do is we can say, should this be nullable? And we don't want this to be nullable, but we want this to be unique. So each username can only happen once or can only be set once, and this can't be null, of course. This is not a primary one, so that's fine. We don't give it a default value because we want users to set their own. Then we will also add a column for the user ID. This is going to be a text as well. Now you might think, so why do we have an ID as well as a user ID? And there's a good reason for that. And that is that we want to sync the user ID from Clerk to this field here, so that we don't have to do manual syncing between the user IDs in Supabase and the IDs in Clerk. But for that, we have the user ID table column, and we use that. This also should not be nullable, and this should also be unique. The next column will be an image URL column. And again, this is going to be a text. And we can also set this to be non-nullable, but actually we could also be fine if there's no image, but that's fine. Let's keep it as non-nullable. This doesn't need to be unique, so that is fine. We want to also receive the mail of the user, so let's also add a text here. This should also not be nullable and unique. Then we have a date of birth that we want to add. This is, again, going to be a string. Again, this should be non-nullable. And then we have a few more interesting columns. So we have one column for the following, which is going to be text, but this is going to be an array. So what we will do here is for each of the users' followers and the people they are following, we will have an entry in this column. So this is going to be an array, which can be quite long if they're following many, many people. And we will also have the same thing for the followers. Again, this is a text. This is non-nullable, and we define this as an array. And the last one that we want to have here is called interests. This is going to be a text. And we have the same as an array, which is non-nullable. With that, we have all the columns that we need, so we can save this table. And just like that, our table is here, and we can actually now add this in our app. For our application to use these tables, we can now use a very cool mechanism that Supabase offers, which is importing the types of our tables as TypeScript types into our app. And for this, we can use the documentation for TypeScript support. And here we have the chapter generating TypeScript types, which gives us this handy thing to copy, which it makes the call to the Supabase CLI, and then it generates the types in TypeScript for a project ID under the certain command here. So let's copy this. And let's open up here the console and we paste this here. Let's make this a little bit bigger. And we will actually want to change the place where this is stored to say database/database types.ts. But we will also need to adjust the project ID here, of course, because this is just a generic value. And for this, we switch to our project again. Let's go to the project overview, and in the project settings, we see the project ID here. We can copy this and we switch back here. We paste this and we can now run the command. We see the command gives an error, so we need to create the database folder. Let's create the database folder and run this again. And we see it was successful. So if we check our database folder now, we see a new file called database types. So let's take a look here. And we see it has some JSON export. It exports the type database with the users table, and it does all kinds of things. I recommend not touching this because we will later update this once we add another table here. So let's keep that as is. And what we now want to do is inside our database context, we want to add 3 more functions. And for this, the first thing we do is we import the type tables from the database/database.types file that we just generated. Then we will we will update our type here with the new function declarations. The first one is going to be get user data, which has a user ID of type string and a field of type string, and we return a promise for a users table object. Then we also want a set user data function, which takes the username, the image URL, the mail, the date of birth, and the user ID as inputs, so quite a lot. And we'll again return that promise because this is just the return we get from calling the Supabase insert function. And lastly, we want to also have a function to set the user's interests. I will explain later on why we need this. And here we just hand in an array of interests as strings and the user ID to find which column or which row we want to insert the interests in. All right, with this done, we can now scroll down here, and after our definition of set Supabase client, we now want to have the next function declaration, and this is going to be the const get user data. Again, we will wrap this in a use callback hook. We have an async function that takes a user ID as well as a field. The field we need because we might want to query the users not by a user ID but by a username. We will do this later on, but we already prepare this by providing the field parameter and defaulting this to set the user ID. First, we log that this is going to be called. This might come in handy in the future, so let's log this out first, and then we say if we have no Supabase initialization, so if the Supabase client inside the context is undefined or null, we return null. Then we start with a try catch block, and first we want to directly call the Supabase client, and now we want to update the table, the users table. So let's select the users table here. We want to select everything, and we want to find the user with the user ID in the current field. And the way we're doing this is we want to use the I like syntax, and we're using the user ID with the percentage formatting here. And as the comment suggests, this means that we are actually filtering case insensitive. So if there is certain changes to the spelling or the capitalization, this will be a little bit more generic. And then we say we want only a single value here. We log out the user data. Again, this will become handy later on. And if there's an error, we log this error to the console to see it directly. And we also set our error. Again, this is one of the state properties here. And we return null. And otherwise, we return the data. In case there's an error happening, we simply log this error and return null. And we need to add the dependency for Supabase. Next, we want to tackle the set user data function. This is pretty similar. Use callback hook again, all the parameters that I already said that we can set inside the table. And then we again check, is Supabase initialized or not? If not, we return null. If yes, we start with the call to Supabase, select the users table and insert these values here. We default the following and followers to be empty arrays, which should be fine. And then we select this and get a single element back. If an error happens, we log this and set the error, and then we return the data as a user object from the tables that we have defined. Again, that depends on Supabase, of course. Lastly, the set users interests function, same thing, use callback. We have the parameters and we check for Supabase. We then say we select the users table. We update only the interests. We leave everything else untouched, and only in columns where the user ID equals the following user ID. Then we select the column, want a single one. We select the row, select a single one. If an error happens, we log it and set it, and otherwise we just return the data. And remember the dependency on Supabase. Finally, we need to update our value with the get user data, set user data, and set user interests functions. That is all we need to do in the context, but what we now need to do is, of course, consume these and actually use them. And for that, we switch back to our page in the app/app folder. Let's make this a little bit smaller. And here we now want to figure out whether the user has already registered themselves. So if we have them inside our users database. If not, we want to show an onboarding flow for them where they can set things like their username, their date of birth, and their image URL. And so for that, we first add a show onboarding and a show select interests state. For that, we need to import the use state, of course. And now we want to conditionally toggle these. And if we show the onboarding, we create a component called onboarding. And if we have the show select interests as true, we will show a different component for that. Now, when do we want to show them? Excellent question. Let's figure that out. So we have a use effect hook here that initializes Supabase if it is not initialized already. So let's add another use effect hook, and inside that one we will first lock Supabase as well as the session, and then we say if the Supabase client is initialized and the session user ID has a value. So this means the Clerk user is already logged in. So after the login, we will be redirected to the app route. And here we check, do we have a logged in user? If this is the case and Supabase is initialized, then we call our get user data function that we need to import from our use database hook. We will use this now to extract the user data from Supabase. We then act upon the result that we're getting. So the user that we're getting back, which should have these values. But if they are not yet registered in the Supabase database, these won't have any values. So we can check if there is a user. We log that user and we will check if they have interests set already. And if they have not, so if the length of the user interests array is 0, we will say we don't want to show the onboarding, but we want to show the select interests field. If this is not the case, we want to say we don't want to show the onboarding and we don't want to show the select interests screens, because then the onboarding is already finished, because we have a user and their interests have been set already. If we don't have user data, however, so in the else case of this check, we will now set the onboarding to be true. We have a few dependencies here, so Supabase, whenever that changes, we're going to trigger that hook. Where if the user ID or the session basically changes, and of course the function that we have luckily wrapped in a use callback hook. So if this is the case, we show the onboarding, but we don't have a check for that yet. So let's add that. We can here say if show onboarding is true, we want to show our onboarding component that we haven't defined yet. And if this is not the case, we will show the app is running text so that we know once this is shown, we can guarantee that the onboarding has finished. Okay, so we don't have that component yet, so let's create this. Let's do a new folder inside the components folder. We call it onboarding. And inside the onboarding folder, we create a new file called onboarding.tsx. Let's close the sidebar. Now, let's go over the implementation here step by step. First, we define an onboarding constant here, so the component itself. We return a simple diff for now, and we export default onboarding. Okay. This will be a form that collects data entries and does something with them. And for the calculation and the collecting of data, we will be working client side here. So we use the use client directive at the top, and then we import a bunch of things that we will need. And then we start with the implementation. The first thing we define here is a isOpen or set isOpen property, which will define whether we actually want to show this UI. And if this is true, we will show it. And if we set this to false, we will hide this component itself. Then we create our form data, which is going to be a form that is useState with the following things. Next, we define the form itself, so the data that we want to actually collect from the user. And here we have the username, the profile image URL, the email, as well as the date of birth. We initialize all of these with empty strings. Then we collect the user, which we use from Clerk. And from our database context, we import the setUserData function as well as the error, because we want to set the user data in the end after our user has successfully entered every data into the form. Next, we create the first use effect that we will be using here, and this will be dependent on the user as well as the form. Inside, we first extract the email from the user data we get from Clerk. And if the email is there and we don't have it already set, we will update the data inside the form to use the previous data with the deconstruction here, and update the email with the email we just extracted from Clerk. And then we create a convenience handle change function where we have an event that's coming in. And in case this event comes in, we update the form data. We use the previous data using the deconstructor again. And then we use the name of the input field and we set the value to the value of the field. So with this, we can have one handler that uses all the data we will put into it. Finally, we'll also use a submit user data function. Once the user hits submit, we will use that. We wrap it in a use callback hook, which will be dependent on the form, the user, and the set user data object, because this is what we will use inside. And here we first extract the user ID from the Clerk user. And if this user ID is non-existent, we will log this, because this should not be the case. We will log this and return, because this is definitely an error case. And then we say we call the setUserData function that we have defined in our database context. We take the username, the profile image URL, the email, and the date of birth from our form, so what the user has entered, and we take the user ID that we extract from Clerk to be able to set all of this. And we can see here the parameters are username, image URL, mail, date of birth, and the user ID. So this fits perfectly. And then we take the result and we say if there is a result, we log this, because then the user data has been set successfully. And we set the isOpen property to false. And as we will see, this will also close our component. And if that's not the case, we simply log that the user data has not been set. And then we have a handler for this, the handle submit. We prevent the default event and call our submit user data function. So this one. With this done, we can actually start with the UI part. So let's first say if the isOpen property, so our useState property here, if this is false, we return null. So if we close this, which we do here, then the onboarding has been done successfully. And then we want to have a UI where we can input values. And for that, it's a little bit cumbersome because we will repeat quite a few elements here, but let's just go over that quickly. We first have a container div. We make this a fixed position and insert 0 and give it a large Z index. And inside we want to flex everything and center it horizontally and vertically. Give it a Twitch eyes background. We defined this color earlier. And a 50% background opacity. Then we have another container. This is now the form itself. And this has a white background, a gray text, and it's rounded with some light shadow as well as some padding. And also we set some width there, with a maximum width being applied as well. Inside we first add a button to close this again, and this will be a position absolute. We position this at the top and right because we have set the container here to relative. This will be assigned to the top right of this container. And on hover we will change the color and make this large, and if we click this we set the is open to be false. We add an ARIA label because everybody loves accessibility. And inside we use a cross, which this Unicode character stands for. And then we add a headline to say onboarding. I will go over this a little bit quicker because this is just repetitive HTML code. We use the form that has an onSubmit, which will be calling our handle submit, which is this function, which will then call our submit user data. Then we create the first container div here with a label for the username input, and we have given it a class name of block and set some text formatting. And then it says username for the input that is of type text. We give it the ID username and the name username so that we know which label this is for. And we give it a value of form.username, and on change we call the handle change function that we have defined all the way up here. Then we scroll down again and we continue with the next one, and we add a class name to it. We give it a full width, a border, which is going to be a gray border. We round it, give it some padding in the X and Y direction, and add some focus ring, and the focus ring purple color. This will be the same for the other form inputs as well. So let's go over them a little bit more quickly. We have the div container again. We have a label for the profile image URL this time. We give it the same class name, a profile image URL tag. The input will be of type URL. We set this to be profile image URL for the ID and the name, and the value is the profile image URL from the form. We use the handle change function again. We set this to required and give it the same class name. And we go on with the mail. So this will be the HTML for a mail. We have a title and then the input that is of type email now. We give it the ID and the name and the form value, the handle change and the required. This time we want to disable this if the form is not equal to an empty string. The reason for this is that we have defined this useEffect hook that will automatically fill in the email if the user has signed up with an email, so that we don't have to repetitively ask them. And then we add a class name as well, and this is going to be the same as before, but if we have an email set already, we indicate that this is disabled by giving it a gray background and a 70% opacity. The next will be the date of birth. Here we again have the label, and then we have the input where we give it a class again, and then the input will be of type date. So this will automatically be shown as a date picker, and it will also be required, and the rest is the same. Then we add the submit button, which will have the class name set as well and the submit text. I can save this now, and one thing we need to do is actually import this in our page.tsx, because there we have been already using the onboarding component, but we haven't imported it yet. Luckily this is quite easy, because while we use it already here, we have not imported it yet. So let's import this from the components onboarding directory. Okay, so if we save this and check if our project is actually running, let's do npm run dev. Now, if we switch to the browser, we can log in again. We can use the Google account again and hit continue. And we will be redirected to the app screen, and it will automatically pick up that we want to show the onboarding, which looks very nice, I think. And now we can add a username. So let's pick this one. For the profile image URL, I don't have one available right now, so let's use thispersondoesnotexist.com, because if we take a look at this, this will generate a new face, AI generated, every time. And this is using the StyleGAN from Karas et al. So we will use this and we'll see a different picture every time. It had automatically entered our email address, which it took from our Google Mail login. And now we need to set our date of birth. I will set this to an artificially old one. And let's pick July 12th, 1961. You should Google this. This is a very special date. If you figure out which one it is, please leave a comment below. Now that everything is set, we are able to hit the submit button that we will do now. We see this didn't work, so let's take a look at the console log here. And what it says is error setting user data. And interesting, we see there's a null value in the column interests. That makes sense because we actually set this to be non-nullable. So let's quickly switch back, and inside our database context, let's not only set the following and the followers, but also the interests to be an empty array. And let's switch back here. So let's fill in the data again with this, and we need our favorite date, which was July 12th, and let's hit submit. And we see it worked. And to further demonstrate that it actually worked, we switch to the Supabase dashboard, and here we see our new user with the username that we selected, the user ID, the image URL, the email, and the all-important date. And the following, followers, and interests columns are all empty arrays. Awesome. So we now know that we can onboard here. The only remaining thing now is we also want to show a next onboarding step, which indicates that the user should select some interests as well, so that we at some point, maybe in the future, recommend interesting streams for them. So let's do this next. Before we start with the implementation, let's quickly think about the things we need to implement here. We want to have a form again where users can enter their interests. And for that, we first need to define a interest type. And then we will define a interest component, because we want to reuse this later on to, for example, on the user profiles, show their interests in a list. So it makes sense to define a reusable component there. And then we combine all of this together and want to show it inside our app page.tsx if the show select interest property is true. So let's take a look at VS Code, what we can do here. So we are in the app page.tsx, and remember we have this show select interests property here that we are currently not yet using. So we will need to use this here. And let's say if show select interests, we want to now return a select interests component, but we haven't defined that yet. So let's open up the sidebar, and before we actually define the component itself, let's define the type first. For that, let's go to database. Let's create a new folder, call it types. And inside, let's define a interest.typescript type. For this one, we first want to export the type interest, and we will have three properties here. First, the ID, which is going to be a string, a name, and a color, because we want to show a colored background and then the name of the interest in the foreground. Now, to have different interests that the user can select from, we will also hard code them in here with a interests array. This could at some point also be stored in a database, so in Supabase, so that users can add their private interests as well and customize this. But for now, let's hard code this here. And we define the first one with the ID 1. We give it the name of technology and the background color. Same goes for music with the ID 2. And we add 10 here. And we have a few to select from now. So with that done, we will want to have a function that gives us the background color for an interest. So let's define this as well. So the function is called color for interest with the interest as the string input. And then we return the interest color by checking the interests array and finding the correct name and matching that with the interest and selecting and returning the color there. With that, the interest type is done. So I think it doesn't make that much sense to have it in database. Let's move this to the lib folder. I think that works better. All right, we have it in the lib folder now. So let's add another component in the onboarding folder inside our components folder. And let's call it select interests.tsx. And first we add a few imports here. So we'll use database, the interest type, as well as the interests. And we want to use the use user hook from Clerk, and we will define some use state properties as well. So let's define our select interests component. And for now we return an empty section, but we will fill this up in a second. Then we have a use state property called selected interests, which is going to be an interest array. And this is initialized as an empty array. We will also have an isOpen property again. This is the same principle as for the onboarding component. So if isOpen is set to false, we will return null, therefore hiding ourself basically. So the component itself will be hidden once isOpen will be set to false. Then we import the setUserInterests function from the use database context. We have defined this earlier. And then we extract the user from the use user hook on Clerk. Then we have the if isOpen is false check and return null in that case. Again, I mentioned this before. This will be used for closing this component. Then we start with some styling for the section. We do the very same thing we've done for the onboarding. So if you're interested in a more detailed description, then check this again. So basically we fix the size here and the positioning and give it a background here. And then on top we show the form itself with the white background, some rounded corners and a max width. Inside we have a div container. We add an h1 to say what are you into, and a description stating that they should choose one or more categories of channels being streamed right now. And then we add a grid of 5 columns with some gap and a padding. And then we map over these interests and we add a button here. So whenever this button is clicked, the interest should be either added or removed from the selected interests. So we first give it a key, and therefore we have defined the interest ID, and then we style it with the background color. And on click, we want to now say if the interest is already included in the selected interests, we want to filter them out and update them. If not, we want to take the existing selected interests and add the current one to it as well. But the question is, what do we want to show here? And for that, we will define another component, and let's define it inside here. So let's do a new file, and let's say it's called interest component.tsx. And for this one, we first define the component itself. We call it interest component, and we will add two parameters to it. The first one is the interest, so the string, and the second one is whether the interest was selected or not. We make this default to true, and then we return a div container that we add some styling to. So we give it a full width, a minimum width of 20, which will be equal to 5 rem. We give it an aspect ratio of 2:3 and a flex layout with a column layout. And we center everything horizontally and vertically, hide the overflow, and give it a relative positioning together with a border. And then if the component is actually selected, we add a Twitch purple border around it. If not, we set the border to be transparent. And for the style, we also add a background color. And for that, we can use the color for interest function that we defined inside our interest component. So this one, we need to import this, of course, from the interest file. And with that, we have the styling in place. So we have a card with the background color of the interest, and it has a border of the purple color once it's selected, and if not, it doesn't have a border. Now we also want to indicate what interest it is, so we need to add some text, and we don't only want to add one text, but we want to add 11 text elements here. You will see in a second how this looks, but basically we want to have one text in the middle, and then above, 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 and below, 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 to give it a decent look. And for that, we map over the array of text elements, so of the number here. So we initialize an array with 11 elements, we map over them, and we notice the index here, which we will need, because we add a paragraph for each one, give it the key of the index, a class name of centering the text, making it large, adding some tracking. And then we add the mix blend luminosity blend mode, which just gives it a nice vibey look. For this to work well though, we need to adjust the opacity. So the middle element should be of opacity 1. And the further we get with the text elements from the middle, the opacity should be lower and lower. So we add a helper function for that. It's called getOpacity, and it takes the index as an input and returns an opacity number. So first we define the middle index, because this is what we want to have the opacity 1. And then we return this code, which of course I was able to come up myself and I didn't use any AI for. So it says we start with an opacity of 1. And we subtract from that the index minus the middle index. So we take the absolute value of this, so the distance, we multiply it by 1.9 and divide by the middle index. And this number will be subtracted from 1. So the further away we are from the middle, the lower the opacity will be. We use this to add the style here and set the opacity to the opacity we get using our function. And then inside we simply show the text of interest. With this, the interest component is done, so we can switch back to select interests, our component here, and we now import the interest component, and we can use this here. So inside this button, we now use the interest component, we set the interest to be interest name, and for the selected property, we check whether it is included in the selected interests array. Below the interest components, we add another element here. So this is again a container, and I'll go over this very quickly because this is just some UI sugar, I would say. So we add a P element here, which says here are the live channels for you. So in the future, we can show channels here that the onboarding user can directly follow. But unfortunately, we don't have any live channels at the moment because we haven't implemented that yet. With that, we add a dividing div. So it has a height of 1 pixel and some coloring. And then we add another container where we will put our button into. We will justify it towards the end. And inside the button, we first style this. So if the selected interest length is 0, we want to give it a gray background and opacity of 50, because in this case, it should be disabled. Otherwise, we show it in a purple background. On click, we first log our selected interests. And then if they are 0 or we don't have a user ID, we log that no interest was selected or user ID was not found, and we return. Otherwise, we call the setUserInterests function, which we have defined earlier in our useDatabase context. And we put in the interest mapped to their name string. And we need the user ID to know where we want to save this. Once this was successful, we set the isOpen property to be false and therefore closing the component. As the text for the button, we say if we haven't selected an interest yet, we indicate to the user they need to at least select one more interest. If the length is larger than 0, we say you can save your interests now. Now we still have an error here, so let's scroll all the way up here and say we don't have access to the interest component because there's an additional dot here. Now everything works, so the last step we need to do is jump back to our page and actually show this here. So if show select interests is true, we want to return the select interests component. This was automatically imported here. So let's save everything and see if that worked. We already see it did. We are on a local host with the app, and we now see the UI here with the header and the indication that we should select one or more categories. We can now select technology, music, travel. If we click again, the border will disappear. And if we haven't selected any, the button here will say choose one more. So let's select technology, gaming, and fitness for now. And there are unfortunately no live channels. What a pity. And we can save this now. And what we can do now is we can switch over to the dashboard. And if we refresh this, we should now be able to see the interests being added. So we have technology, gaming, and fitness, just as we selected. So everything worked and the onboarding has been finished. This has been the first longer section of our big tutorial here, but with this we have actually finished the entire onboarding flow. We added the option to log in and sign up users using Clerk. We allowed Google login as well as email and password login. We synced the data with Supabase and connected the two services together. Then we created our first table in Supabase. We initialized the client on our app and have added the onboarding flow that will automatically check whether users have already been onboarded. And then we set their data, requesting them from different forms and guiding them through the flow of our app. So with that, our users are now fully functional inside our app, and we can now continue with building out the entire app flow So we can now create a home feed and actually allow users to stream data or stream their screens or their camera, however they like. So great job already. And now let's jump into the next section. In the next chapter, we want to integrate live streams into our application and show them in our home feed. This will be a two-pane layout. On the left, we will show the live channels that are available. And on the right, we will show a list of the live channels and a list of interesting categories that users might want to take a look at. For that, we need to follow 3 steps. The first one will be to create the database object. So in addition to our users table, we will add another one in Supabase and we'll call it live streams that will have all the data necessary to display them. And the second step will be to integrate the setting, getting and deletion of live streams inside our application, where we will revisit our beloved database context object and add the functionality in there. The last step is then building up the UI, following the same pattern as in the last chapters, where we'll build the live channels as well as the home feed into our app. One thing we will also do is to add some mock data so that we have something to display already, especially because our app has not yet taken off and is not being used by millions of users so far. So we'll add some mock data so that we can display what we currently have. So without further ado, let's get started and let's jump into our browser and let's go back to the Supabase dashboard here for our project. We see currently we have one table, but we want to add another one. So let's go to the table editor and let's add a new table and say we call it live streams. We again disable row level security, which we never should be doing. Again, this is just for demo and development purposes. We don't want to enable real time yet. Maybe we'll do this in the future, but for now, let's keep this off. And then we start by defining our columns. The first column is the ID column, and we want this to be a UUID. This will be the primary one, and it has the default value again. We'll keep the created add column as well with a default value of now. Then we also want to have a name for a live stream, which is going to be a text, because we want this to be at some point have some naming. So we do that. We don't want this to be nullable. It does not need to be unique, so that's fine. The next column we will add is a username. So this is the person who actually does the stream, so the streamer. This is also should not be nullable, but this one should be unique because we don't want the same user name twice, and with that we don't want the same user to have 2 live streams at the same time. So let's keep this as unique. And the third one will be a profile image URL, which we'll use as a way to display an image, which we will set as the user's image, but so that we don't have to switch between tables, let's keep it in there as well. So this should also be not nullable, unique, does not need to be unique, and that's fine. And then we have the last column that we want to add, which is the categories column. So we want to show certain categories for each live stream because we want users to at some point be able to find and search for certain categories so that we can categorize the streams in there. This will also be a text. This also should not be nullable, but we want to define this as an array so that we have multiple categories available if we want them. With this, our table is done, so we can save this. And we can see on the left, we now have the users table with our first user already. Thumbs up. And then we also have the live streams table, which as of now is empty. Cool. So with that being done, we will now switch back to our VS Code instance, and we will now open up the terminal here and clear everything. Because what we now want to do is we want to update our types, because what we have done is we have changed the tables that we have. So we need to update that as well, because for now it only has the users table, but we also want to have the live streams table as well now. So let's open it up, and then I just copy paste the command that I've executed in the past. So it's the Supabase gen types TypeScript project ID with the ID, and then we want to write it into database/database.types.ts. I'll execute this. And if we check now, we now have a live streams table here as well as the users table. So that worked. Again, I don't want to touch this in any way, so I don't want to change things up here. So let's close this. And that already marks the end of the table creation. So the data is now ready to be inserted anywhere. But for that to be happening, we need to actually give our users the option to actually do that. So let's do this next. Inside our database context object, we want to add the functions to set, delete, and get live streams. The first step is to add the function declarations to our database context type, because we want to expose this to any component who is consuming this. So the first one will be get live streams, which won't take any input, but it will return a promise. So it's an async function of a tables live streams object. So like the object is a live stream, and we want to return an array. So we want to get all the live streams that are currently happening. The second is the create live stream function, which will return the created live stream or null. And it has the following parameters. The first one is the name. We have the categories as an array of strings, the username as a string, and then the profile image URL. If we look at our structure here, we have ID will be generated. This will be generated as well. We have the name of the live stream, the username, the profile image, and the categories. So this is matching up nicely. And then the last thing we want to also be doing is deleting live streams. So for that, we create a function as well. And for that, we simply need the username, because what we can do then is query by username and simply delete the row with the specified username, because this, if you remember, is a unique value. Okay, with the function declarations out of the way, we can now scroll down, and all the way down here, we will start with implementing the first function, which is the get live streams one. Again, we wrapped in a use callback hook so that we don't force redraws all the time. The rest is the function signature that we defined above with an async definition. Then we check if Supabase is not there, we return an empty array. And otherwise we say we take the Supabase client, and from the live streams table, we select every object. We get a data back and the error. And if the error is happening, we log this and return an empty array. There could be better ways to handle errors here, but for now that's fine for us. And then we simply return the data as the type we defined, because this is an array of live stream objects. And of course we need to add the dependency on Supabase, so whenever the client changes, we need to reconstruct this function so that it uses the correct object. Next, we want the create livestream function with the parameters that we have talked about before. Oops. And here we first do the same check. If Supabase is not there, we log an error and we return null. And otherwise, we use the Supabase client to take from the live streams, and we want to insert a new object here, specifically the name, categories, username, profile, image URL, and then we want to select this and get a single value back. Why do we want to do this? Because we want to return this. And if an error occurs, we again log the error, we set the error and return null. Otherwise, we return the data as a live streams object. Again, we have a dependency on Supabase, so whenever the client is recalculated, we want to update the function. Then the last function is the delete live stream. We have the username as an input, and if the client is not there, you know the game, we log an error and return. Otherwise, we say we want to take the Supabase client, and in the live streams table, we want to delete the entry which has a value of username equal to the username we handed. If an error occurs, for some reason, we log the error, we set the error, and we return false. Otherwise, we simply return true because we don't need any other information. Again, we have a dependency on Supabase, so whenever the client changes, we want to update our function. And the last thing is we need to actually put the new functions inside our value object here. So let's start with the get livestreams, the create livestream, as well as the delete livestream functions. With that, we can save, and our database context object is now ready for us to enter live streams, to load the live streams, and to be able to delete them later on. Before we start implementing the UI though, we will do one more thing, because if we implement the UI now, it will look quite empty. The reason for that is that we don't have any live streams to show yet. And for that reason, we will add some mock data that we can show in the meantime, that we can check how our UI looks and if everything works there just as we expect. And for that, let's add an object here inside the database folder, and let's call it mock data. We close the sidebar, and then first we import the types from tables, or we import the tables. And then we want to have some UUIDs that we can set, because every live stream needs a UUID, and we will generate one, and not only one but two, and actually not two but many more. I used AI to generate these mock data for me because I think it's a perfectly fine use case. I will not use this in any production way, but it would be very repetitive to just have several live stream UUIDs, because we need them to be able to delete all the live streams as well. So let's have the UIDs as points for each entry in a new array. We have a live streams array that uses the live stream type. It's an array. And then let's first have the first object here. It will have categories, it has a created at, and it has an ID, which we take from the array that we just defined. It has the name, and it has an image URL together with a username. We do another one with different categories, with a different name, a different URL, as well as a different name. And because it's so much fun, we do even more. Quite a few. So with that mock data in mind, we can now go back to our database context and temporarily add functions to set and delete this mock data. And for that, we first import the livestreams object from our database/mockdata file. And then we have two new functions that we want to define and expose. And the first one is the set livestreams mock data, which takes no parameters, doesn't return anything. And the second is removing the livestreams mock data. Again, these are just temporary for us to be able to test things a little bit more thoroughly. So let's also define them. We first define the set livestreams mock data function, again wrapped in a use callback hook. And if the client is not there, we return. Otherwise, we want to say, we take the Supabase client, we take the live streams table, and we simply insert the array of live streams. If there's an error, we lock this, and then we return the data object. I think this is a very nice and easy way to actually insert a bunch of data into the table. So I really like the API from Supabase here. The second function will be the remove live streams mock data function. We can check if the client is there. And here we want to say we want to delete every row which has an ID value that is part of this array. And in this array, we simply take all the live streams and we map the entire object to only be the ID. So this will match with all the live streams we previously mocked. And with that, we can easily delete them. And now if there is an error, we want to lock this. Otherwise, we won't do anything. Again, this is just a convenience function that won't be in the production version of our app. And then for the value, we need to expose the set live streams mock data as well as the remove live streams mock data objects. Excellent. Next up, we get started by implementing the UI, finally. For that, I already mentioned that we will have a two-pane layout. The left side will have a live channels list, and we want this to be collapsible. So we have an expanded state, which is wider, and then a more narrow state. And on the expanded state, we want to show more information about each of the live channels. And in the collapsed state, we only want to show the images of the channels to show a reduced UI. So let's get started with the live channels now. And let's create the component first. So if we go back to components here and let's create a new folder, we call it live channels without the TSX because it's a folder. And inside we create a file that we call livechannels.tsx. We close the sidebar, and one thing I want to do before I start with the implementation of this is I know we need to have an arrow that indicates whether we want to expand or collapse the sidebar. So let's first take this, and you know where we're going to go there. You're going to go to Heroicons and let's search for arrow. And I think the arrow right should probably be the best one. So let's go to our icons component and let's export a new function here, call it arrow right. And we want to return the arrow. With that, let's go back to the live channels component and let's start implementing it. And now we first start by importing a few things. We import the use state hook because we will need this for the expansion and collapsing of our live channels sidebar. We import the tables because we want to have access to live stream data, and we return the arrow right component that we just created, so the icon itself. Then we start by defining our live channels component here, and we give it a list of live streams, so an array of live stream objects that we inject into the component. So the loading will happen in a different place, and I will explain that later, but we will directly inject those. Then we first set a expanded state property that we can toggle if the user clicks on the arrow right that we have defined. And once that is clicked, we want to toggle between the expanded and the collapsed state. And then we return the following. We start with a container div. The entire site should have the Twitch ice background, and all the text should be gray by default. We add some slight padding here, and then we flex everything out in a column layout and add a gap between the elements. And everything that overflows on the vertical direction should be scrolling. And then we change between the expanded state and the non-expanded state. And if our sidebar is expanded, we want to give it a minimum width of XS, which is equal to around 320 pixels. If this is not the case, we don't set a minimum width because we don't want one. Then we start with the first div here, and that is another container. And we give it a class of flex. So again, a flex layout. We want to center everything vertically. We give it a bottom padding. We set the text to black. And then we again distinguish between the expanded and the non-expanded state. If we are expanded, we want to justify the space between the items so that they are spread out. And otherwise, we want to just have everything in the center because we will show less elements there. Then in the case everything is expanded, we want to show a heading here, which says live channels and a small text, which is uppercased and a bold font. And then we want to show our button. This is not conditional anymore because we want to show this button all the time. Our button will look different though, because let's look at how we are defining things here. We make a small text of a secondary color, and then we want to have a pointer cursor. We round everything fully, and since our image is a square image, this will be a perfect circle. On hover, we want to show a background color. We give it a slight padding, and in the case we are expanded, we don't want to do anything. And in the case we are collapsed, we want to actually rotate our arrow by 180 degrees. And we want to transition everything. So we want to transition all, which applies to the hover effect as well as the rotation effect. So we will see this in a second, how it looks, but it looks really nice. We give it a duration of 150 milliseconds and an ease in out curve. And inside, one clicking, we want to set the expanded to be the opposite. I'm not sure you can say it, but basically we want to toggle the expanded value whenever we click it. Inside, we simply show our arrow right icon. Now, with this done, we have the heading done, which is great. And we can now continue to map over the live streams. So for each of the live streams, we want to have a button that would lead us to the live stream itself. So upon clicking, we want to act. So let's have a button in the root. We give it a live stream ID as the key. And we want to have a flex layout again, center everything vertically, and a slight gap in between the items. And we want to give it a secondary text as well as a pointer cursor. And on click, for now, we will simply log that the user clicked on the live stream name. We will later on redirect them to the live stream page. Then we import the image from the Next.js image class because we want to display the image of the live stream. And for that, we want to have the source to be set to the live stream's profile image URL. We give it an alt text because accessibility is important, and give it a width of 30 and a height of 40 as well. And we round it fully so that we have an avatar style image. And then in the case that our sidebar is expanded, we want to also show more information. And we create a container div with a slight gap, and we have an h3 that shows a small text font with the live stream's name. And then we also have a p element below that that takes all the categories that the live stream is about into a single string, because we want to take the array and we want to join all items in a comma separated list, and we want to display this later on. So this shows the name as well as the categories, but then also next to it we want to show a red dot that indicates whether the channel is currently live. So let's add another container here with a flex layout. We want to center everything vertically, and horizontally we want to say justify start and a slight gap, and as the left margin we want to set auto so that we spread it out to the right as far as possible. And inside we simply show a div, which is a container that has size 2, so a width of 8 pixels and a height of 8 pixels. We give it a bright red background and round it fully, so this will be a red circle. With that we can save, and we are currently not yet displaying this. So let's jump to our app page. So the page.tsx under the app/app folder. Let's scroll up and let's add the implementation, or to be more precise, let's add live channels to the UI here so that we can see what we just defined. We start off by adding a new state property here, and we call it live streams and set live streams. So this is going to be an array of live stream objects. Let's import the table as well, and we initialize it with an empty array. Now we also need to have access to 3 functions here. The first one will be the get live stream data, and we also want to be able to set and delete the mock data. So let's import the get live streams, the set live streams mock data, as well as the remove live streams mock data functions from our database context. Then the question is, where do we want to get the live streams? And we already added some logic here, but I'll quickly go over that again because it's been a while since we have visited this. This useEffect hook is there to initialize Supabase. Once Supabase is initialized, we jump into this useEffect hook, and here we check if we are currently logged in and if the Supabase client is initialized. If yes, we load the user data, and if our user data is not there in Supabase, we show the onboarding screen. And if the user data is there, but the interests are not set, so if the user interest length is 0, we don't show the onboarding anymore, but we show the select interests component. If the interests are there, however, we don't show the onboarding and we don't show the select interests anymore. And this is the place where we want to load the live streams. Because we know the user has been authenticated, they have finished the onboarding flow, and now we can show the live streams to them. So inside here, let's add the get live streams function. And once this is finished, since it's an async function, we take the live streams array and we set it to the state property that we have here. This is all the code we need because we have prepared everything quite nicely. We need to update the list of dependencies here, so let's add the get live streams function. It's wrapped in a use callback hook, so we should be fine there. And then we want to show the UI for this. It won't be the final UI because that will happen once we have the home feed as well. But for now, let's add it at the bottom. We first import the live channels component that we just defined, and then we add it just below our h1, and as an input, we give it the live streams object that we have just extracted from Supabase. Now this shows the live streams. So if we save this, we check that our application is actually running. We close this again and we switch back over, and let's open up the application itself. And we go to the app route, and we see the live channels don't look great yet. So let's first populate this with some actual data. And for that, we add 2 buttons here. And the first button will be setting the live streams mock data. And on clicking, we want to call the function. And the same goes for the remove live streams mock data, where on click, we want to remove that again. Let's save again. And yes, the UI doesn't look very nice. But for now, let's test this out so that we have at least something to show. We click on the Set Live Streams Mock Data, and let's go to our clone here and let's refresh this. And we see this is now populated with the mock data that we have defined. And if we switch back and we reload, we see that this breaks. And the reason this breaks is that we haven't defined the exception in our next config that we want to display data that will be taken from the random user.me URL. This is a safety mechanism from Next.js, and we can even see the documentation here that it states that if there's an unconfigured host, we show an error, and there's possible ways to fix this. So we can define them in the next config.js. So let's open this up and we go to next config.ts. We haven't added anything here, so let's make an exception for taking images. And here we can now say we want to have remote patterns, which is taking an array. And the first one that we will do, we might do other ones, but for now we take HTTPS as a protocol. And then we have the host name. So this is the URL that we want to load images from. And this one is called randomuser.me. Saving this and switching back to our component and reloading now shows all the necessary data that we have. We now see the list of live channels. We see the icons for their profiles. We see the name. We see the categories that the live stream consists of. We see the nice little indicator. We see that when we click this, let me open up the console log. When we click this, we see that we clicked on Epic Battle Royale, so the clicking works. Let's click on Makeup Masterclass. This works. So we can close the sidebar again. And if we click on our button here, it will actually change it will collapse the sidebar here, or the live channels bar, and the icon will rotate as well. Now, it doesn't look very good because it's not showing the final UI yet, but for now it's good. So with that, our live channels list is done. It doesn't really work well yet with the scrolling effect here, but we will fix that in a second. For now, let's add the home feed as well, so that we can display this side by side, and that will make our UI look way nicer than it looks at the moment. So for that, let's switch back to our app, and we want to show the home feed next to the live channels. But for that, we first need to create a component again. So let's create a new folder here, call it home feed. And inside we create a new file, call it homefeed.tsx, and we close the sidebar. And first thing we do is we create a home feed component with an empty return, which we will fill up step by step. But the home feed will take an input parameter, and that is the live streams that we have. So let's import the tables first, and then define the live streams as an array of tables, live streams, objects. Now we don't have much logic, but what we do is just build out the UI step by step. So let's go over this in the following way. We first define a surrounding container which says the following things. We want to have a white background, and then we want to have the full height and full width. The text generally should be a gray color, and on the overflow of the vertical axis we want to scroll. So we don't want things to disappear at some point, but we want to scroll this specific component. Then we create a first section with a slight padding, and inside this section we say we're going to give it a headline that says live on Twitch with the Twitch purple as the color, a tight tracking, some padding, and a large text. And then we start by building out the grid layout for the live streams that we want to show. So we have a grid. The grid should contain 3 columns with a slight gap in between them. And what we do now is we map over all the live streams that we have. and each of the live streams should be a button. And when we click on that button, it should redirect us to the user's page or the live stream page. So for that, we will import the redirect function from Next Navigation, because that makes it really easy. And we can now define that on clicking the button, we first do a console log, and then we redirect to the path of /app, which we currently are already in. And then we also append the livestream.username. This will become important later on. We haven't defined the route yet for that, so it will lead us nowhere, but let's keep it for now, and we will implement this in the next chapter actually. So stick with me and let's continue with the implementation here. We give it a key, which can be the livestream ID because it's a unique value, and we want to have a cursor pointer. As the content of the button, we first create a container div, which has position relative and has a Twitch purple background, and it should have the aspect ratio of a video. So basically this is a 16:9 aspect ratio that we can use from Tailwind directly. Inside we have a div that uses a class name of absolute. So this will be positioned right inside this relative container with a top 0, a left 0, a full width and a full height. So it will span the entirety of this container. And then we give it a CSS class of hover raise. If you've never heard of this before, that makes sense because this doesn't exist. So let's define this, because this is a custom class that I want to add here. So we do a .hover raise definition. So what we want to do here is we want to say whenever we hover this element, we move it like 2 element points to the right, as well as 2 element points to the top. So this will lead to the element being translated to a different position. And then we also want to say we want to transition this transform with a duration of 150 milliseconds and an ease out. And this will lead to the effect that whenever we hover over the images, they will slightly pop out and release or show the Twitch purple background. I will show you how this looks. The reason we created a CSS class for that is that we will reuse this in the categories section later on. And then inside we import the image because we want to show this here. We show the profile image URL from the live stream. We give it an alt text, and we want to have a cover of the object fit to fill this. Then we want to also indicate that this is currently live. So we show a live badge, which again has an absolute position and has a slight padding at the top and the left, or like a space between the top and the left. We give it a red background. We want to set the text to be white, uppercase, a small text, and give it a slight padding. And this will show a live badge. And then next to this or below this, we want to show more information about the live stream itself. So we say, let's import the live stream profile image URL as an image. And next to it, we want to show the live stream name, the live stream username, so the person who is live streaming. And then we also want to show all the categories. So what we will do is we will map over the categories, and to display them, we want to show them in badges. So let's create a helper component for this because we want to reuse this later on. So let's define a new file here, call it badge.tsx. And inside we start with a component definition, call it badge. And we give it a text as an input parameter, and then we return a span, and we will style this a little bit so it will have a very small text, a gray background color, a white text, a Y as well as an X padding, and we want to round this fully. So it will have an ellipse kind of look. And then we give it a key because we want to show this in a list, and then we simply display the text. Let's save this and let's switch back to our home feed component. And here we want to now show this badge. So we import the badge, component that we just defined. And inside here, we want to simply show this with the category that we have inside the categories list. Let's save this now. And this marks the end of the live streams that we want to show. But this is not the only thing that we want to display here, because the other one is we want to show certain categories of topics that users can navigate to in a future version of the project and click on that. And to display those, we need to think how we want to define that. And actually, we need a categories object for this, because this will have a few informations such as an image or more. So let's first do this. For that, we open up our Explorer here and let's go to lib types. We already have the interest type, so let's add another one, call it category.typescript, close the sidebar. And inside we first define our type. We export this and call it category. And this has a few properties. The first is an ID, so that it's unique. It has a name, an image, so that we can do a nice looking UI for it. And then also we will have some tags. So a category might consist of multiple tags. And this is something that usually we would want to have a database object for, so that people can add their own categories and we can expand this later on. But for now, let's keep it simple and let's add a list of categories that we want to display. For that, we define an array and let's define our first object. We have an ID 1 and we call it gaming. We add an image, which is a random image, so it doesn't really fit it, but I want to just get the concept over. And then we add some tags to this. Then we also do this for a second one, and then we add even more. So overall we have 6 categories that we want to display. And I can already tell you that this will lead to an error because we have the picsum.photos route. So if you remember, we go back to our next config and we copy this, and for here we say picsum.photos. With this, we have whitelisted the loading of these pictures from this URL. Excellent. We're being proactive and avoiding errors, which is excellent. Now let's switch back to our home feed. And first we want to import our categories now that we just defined. And now we want to display them, of course. So let's do this. So below this section, let's add another one with a slight padding. And we will first add a headline that will show a text of categories in purple we think you will like. Below this, we will then do a grid again. This time we will show 6 columns because we will show this a little bit smaller than the live streams. And inside we map over the categories, and for each of the categories, we want to show an image as well as the information below. So let's first create a container which has the category ID. And then inside we do another container with a relative positioning, the Twitch purple background and an aspect ratio of 3:4. So this will look a little bit different than the live streams, so it's easier to distinguish. And inside we will add another div with an absolute positioning, 0 top and left distance, and the full width and height, as well as the hover raise class. Inside we show an image of the category image and show the alt text of category name, a layout of fill. And if you paid close attention, this is very similar to what we have done here with, with the live streams. We have this container that is relative positioned and has this purple background, and the containing div here has a hover raise class. So whenever we hover over it, it will be raised and give us this nice effect. But we don't want to only show the image, but we also want to have some text below it. So let's add another div here with a flex layout and a column layout that give gap and a Y padding, so a vertical padding. And first we add a P element for the category name, and below that we will go through the tags. So remember, each category has a list of tags. It can be one or multiple. And for each of these tags, we want to show a flex layout. We want to center everything in flex rapid. And we show a map of each of the tags. And we say we want to display a badge for it, for each of the tags. And with that, reuse the component that we defined earlier. And I wrongly described this, but here we actually check if the category actually has tags. For us, every element has this, but this might be empty at some point. So let's add the check here. And with this, we can save. But what we're currently not doing yet is displaying our home feed. So we need to switch back to our app/app page TSX and change this. So let's scroll all the way up and start. And the first thing we want to do is import the home feed, so the component we just defined, and then scroll all the way down because we need to set the live streams when we display it. But luckily, we already have done all the logic for this. So next to the live channels, we now want to show our home feed. We handed the live streams, but this will break our UI. So let's rearrange things here a little bit. We don't want this H1 element anymore. We're fine having a section, but actually I want to show two sections now. So let's wrap this in an empty object. And then we extract out the buttons here to be below this section. This now has a flex layout, but actually I don't want this to have a flex layout, but I want this to have a grid layout. I want this to also have a height of 100% so that it spans the entirety of the screen for now. And I want to have a 2-column layout, but it's a little bit hard to define 2 columns here because we want to change the size of one. So let's do grid calls. And the cool thing with Tailwind is that we can now define a custom column layout that we want just inside here. So with these brackets, we can now say the first column should have a width of auto, and we do an underscore, and the second width and the second column, should span the rest of our container. Now this should work now because we have the live channels take up the first part and they take the auto width. So when it's expanded, it will take the necessary width, and if it's collapsed, it will shrink down, and the home feed will always take the rest of the space. So let's switch over, and we're already greeted with a much better looking UI. It is not perfect yet because we're scrolling a little bit too much down, but that's fine for now. We show the live channels at the left side, and on the right we see our home feed. It has this nice look, so we see it on the right here. We can scroll down, and once we hover over the elements, nothing happens really, which is a problem, but at least we can close this and we see it will animate between the two states. The arrow will animate as well, so that is quite cool. And we now have everything more or less working. I just want to fix the scrolling issue here. And the second thing I want to fix is that we don't see our hover effect in action. So let's change this. So let's switch back to VS Code to figure out what's going on. Let's open up globals.css because this is where we defined our hover rays. And I already see that we haven't saved this. So saving this should now, give us the option, to hover over this, and we see this very smooth transition to get this very nice effect. We show the purple background here on the hover. all using CSS. And if you scroll down to the categories, the same effect applies. So this is very nice. We see our badges here, we see the name of the category, and here we see all the streams with badges as well. We see the name of the stream, the name of the streamer, and a preview image here. So all of this looks very good. I like it. The only problem I see now is when scrolling, we're scrolling too far down. So I want to actually have only this part to be scrolling and this part to stay steady. And I think I know the reason why this is happening, because our body element here doesn't have any specification. So let's change the height of this to be 100 of our device height. By the way, the DVW is a rather new unit, so let's use that. And once we switch back, we now see the body will now have 100% of our device's viewport height. And we can scroll this one here individually, and we can scroll this one individually. And since we already also have the mock data and the remove live streams mock data defined at the bottom here, we can also scroll a bit further down. But aside from that, I really like how this looks and feels now. Very smooth, very cool interaction design, very close to what Twitch actually looks like. So with this, we have finished the integration of our home feed as well as our live channels, which took us a while, but I think the result looks very good. I think we are very close to the original Twitch, and the next step will now be actually showing all the live streams happening. So we will do this in the next chapter. But for now, I think the UI looks very nice. It's mock data so far, but we will change this in the next section. So stay tuned. This is the chapter where we finally add live streaming to our application. And for that, we need to follow a few steps. The first one will be to create an account on the stream dashboard and create a project there. The second will be to create a stream user whenever we sign up a new user with Clerk. So we need to somehow sync this together. And the next step will be to create a dashboard. So we want to allow users to share their stream or share their screen or their camera or both directly from the application without going any other route, such as through an external tool like OBS. But we will use a WebRTC powered live stream that you can start and control directly from your browser, which I think is very cool. And the last step will be to add a page where users can watch that live stream. All right, so I would say we get started. And for that, we will first take a look at our browser and go to dashboard.getstream.io. In case you have an account, you can directly sign in. I will sign in using my Google account. And once that's done, I see an overview here of my projects. I can watch the ones we have, or we can now create a new app. Let's call it Twitch Clone. We can select a data location for chat and video and also for feeds. Let's use a development environment and let's create the app, which already exists for me, so I need to use a different name. So let's be very creative and use it like this. Now the app is created, and the important things we need for now are the API key as well as the secret. We can here manage all kinds of things, for example, like audio and video settings, chat settings, and more. But like I said, for now, we'll be fine just using the API key and the secret. So what we now need to do is we need to add these to our environment variables. So we go back to our project, we open up the environment variable, file, and here we now need to add 3 variables. The first one will be the stream API key that we will use server side. So notice there's no next public prefix. But we also need it on the front end, so on the client side for authentication purposes. So we also need to add that. And then finally, we need the secret, which again will be only used server side. So you shouldn't expose this anywhere. So let's go back to our browser, and here we can see the key. So let's copy this over, paste it here, and actually also paste it here, and then copy the secret, and let's paste it here as well, and save and close. With this, we have the environment variable set, but we don't really start or initialize the client yet. So for this, let's first create a new file. Let's scroll all the way down, and I think the lib is a good place for this. So let's go here and create a new file. We call it streamclient.typescript. And before we actually can use that, we need to import install the Stream Video Client from Stream. So we can also check npm stream video, and we can find it here. So this is the one that we're using, and this is done. So let's run our project again. And now what we can do inside our Stream client, we can initialize a client object here, which is either of type Stream Video Client, which we can now import, or undefined. And then we use a function so that we can have access to this. And the goal for this getClient function is that we will only work with one instance of a Stream Video Client ever, because it is necessary that the Stream Video Client object gets initialized only once. For that reason, we always access it using the getClient, and then inside there we first get an API key as a parameter. We also need to have a user and a user token for an authorization. And then inside we return the client if it's initialized. However, if it's not initialized yet, we will initialize a new client. And for this, we simply call the new Stream Video Client object. We use the API key from the credentials that we give it. We use the user, we use the token. However, the token will be a JWT, so a JSON web token, but they can expire. So we also need to provide a way that allows us to actually reissue this token. And for that, we need to give a token provider. This is an object that you can import from the Stream Video Client, and this will be always called when a Stream JWT expires. And if it's called in the right way, it will issue a new token, and the SDK will automatically continue to work with that new token. And for that, we create here a new function. We call it createTokenProvider. We need to have a user ID for this and provide a token provider as the return value. And inside, we need to think about how we can actually create a new token, because this is something that can only happen server-side. Luckily, we can make use of Next.js's server actions for this. If you are unsure what they are, I'll leave a link in the description of the video, but basically they allow us to execute code server-side and seamlessly interact with this code by simply calling a function. I will explain how it works in a second, but first we need to, inside our inside our app folder, we create a new file. We call it actions.ts, and what we will define at the first time, we will not use a useClient directive, but instead we will use a useServer directive. Having this at the top of our file will ensure that this code will only be executed server-side, which is safe then, because we will access our secret, which we need to issue new tokens. However, for that we need to have access to Stream's Node SDK. So to use this Node SDK, we need to cancel the running of our server. We open a terminal and we use npm install stream video node SDK. We run this, and once this is finished, we run npm run dev again and close this. What we can now do is we can now import the stream client from the node SDK, which will initialize a client server side. So we will create a function create token that we want to call every time we need to have a new token. So let's extract the API key and the secret from our process environment. Note, these are not the ones who have next public as prefixes, because now we're running on the server. And then if these are not set, we log an error and we return undefined. Otherwise, we log that we want to create a token for the specific user. We initialize the client using the API key and the secret, and we set a validity in seconds for our token. This one will last for 60 seconds, 60 minutes, and 4 hours, like multiplied by 4, so 4 hours. And then we call the client.generateUser token function with the user ID that we're being given in the function and the validity in seconds, and we return that token. We can save this and go back to our stream client. And now inside our create token provider, we can access the call to the create token function that we first import from our app actions file. And then here we can say we want to access the token using a simple await call, which, to just sum this up, it's quite incredible how easy we can interact with our backend by only using a function call, and everything else will be handled in the background. So I think that's quite cool. Then we say if the token is not there, we throw an error because our application is not really usable there. Of course, we could handle this a little bit more gracefully, but that's what we do for now. And then we return the token. And what we can then do is we can use this create token provider to add to the initialization of our stream video client. So here we add the create token provider with the user ID that we hand here. With this, our stream client initialization is done. And the next question we need to ask ourselves is, when do we want to create a new stream user? Because the problem is, whenever we want to initialize a video call, so a live stream, the user needs to exist on the stream dashboard already. Now we could do this lazily, and whenever someone just starts a live stream, we want to create that user. But what happens if someone just wants to consume streams? So that won't work then. So we will leverage a pretty powerful concept from Clerk that we can leverage to set a environment variable. And if this is set, whenever we create a new user, so whenever someone signs up for our application, they will be redirected to a certain route. And then we show a page where we simply do the initialization of the new stream user. And after the initialization of the stream user with the newly created Clerk user, we redirect them to our /app route. That sounds a bit complicated, but it's actually not that hard. So let's jump into the implementation for that now. So the first thing we do is we go to the environment file and we add 2 more variables. Actually, we would need 1, but I'll explain in a second why we need 2. And the first one we set is the next public Clerk sign up force redirect URL. I mean, it's a very long name, but all it says is whenever a user signs up with Clerk, we want to redirect them to the following URL. That's it. And we'll use the create stream user URL for this. But since we already have a user and we want to test if this also works with logging in, I don't want to create a mock user for this. We also set another one, which we need to delete later on. Please remind me if I forget this, which is almost the same, but it's simply the sign in force redirect URL. So that means whenever a Clerk user signs in, we redirect them to the same URL. And this is the one that we now need to actually create. So we don't have a route for this yet. So inside our app folder, let's create a new folder, call it create stream user. And inside we create a new file, call it page.tsx. And inside here, we first create a new component. We call it create stream user. And we know we want to execute code client side. So let's directly define the use client directive. And we want to first build the UI this time because it's very basic. For that, we need to have a use state hook, and we create a variable called create ongoing that we'll use in a second, because if the creation is currently ongoing, so if it's true, which is how it's initialized, we return a simple container which has full width and height, a flex layout, and just centers everything horizontally and vertically. Inside, we simply show a heading saying creating a new user. Ideally, this is only shown very shortly, so we don't want to spend too much time on the UI here. However, if the creation is not ongoing, so if this value will be set to false, we want to redirect the user to the app route. So let's import the redirect function from Next Navigation, and let's simply redirect them in that case. Now, let's just remind ourselves of the flow really quick. A user signs up with Clerk. They will be redirected to this page. So once this page is mounted, we want to now create a user on the Stream dashboard. So for that, we first need to access the user we get from Clerk using the use user hook. We can extract it like this. And then we want to add a use effect hook that will be executed upon initialization of the component. And what we will do inside here is we create an async function that will be called const create stream user on server. Inside, we first check if we have a user ID, which we need for a logged in user. If this is not the case, we will log an error and return. If the user does not have an email address, so specifically a primary email address, which is just the way that Clerk stores this, we also log an error and return, because then our logic doesn't make sense. However, if that's not the case, we want to create a new user object and save this in our users database in Stream. So let's define a user object with a user ID, an email, an image URL, and the full name of our user, if that exists. Also, image URL is optional. But what we can do now is we can construct this user object from the data we get from Clerk. So the user ID we can take as the user.id. The email will be the email that we just checked for. The image URL will be the image URL if it's there, and the full name, well, as well. Now we have the user object, but we don't have an option to actually create a stream user yet. And the problem is that we can't do this client side, but we need to do it server side. But smart as you are, you already know, well, we have a file called actions.ts where we can do just that. So you're right, we will add a new function here, and we call this function create stream user, and we hand in a user object of the type that we just defined. For this, we need to import the user object from our page. This is the object that we have defined up here. And then we first extract the API key and the secret. If they're not there, we log an error and return undefined, because we need those. We initialize the Stream client again, and then we take a new user as a user request. Now this is different to the user object we have here, because this user request is something that we can take from the Stream node SDK. So this is the user object that we want to set on the Stream backend, which we can now construct from our user object here. And we will take the ID, we will take the name and the image, as well as setting a role. The role will be user, because the user we're creating will just be a regular one. We also have a very good permission and role system that I'll add a link to in the description of the video, where you can customize a lot of roles and specify which types of access these roles have. However, we also want to save the user's email address, and for that we can create a custom field which takes the email as an input. Next, we create a result that will be the result of the call to client.upsert_users. So we could do multiple, but our array will only be one user. And once we have done that, we log this because we are done. And we will even log the result as well. We can save this. And once we switch back to our Create Stream User page, we can now import the newly created Create Stream User function, and we can use our object here to call that function. And once that has returned, we can now set our creation ongoing to be false. Therefore, our component will be redrawn. We don't jump into this condition, but instead we will jump here and we will be redirected to the app. Of course, we need to also call that function because this has just been the function definition. So we call the function, and here actually we need to be reliant on user. So whenever that changes, our useEffect hook will be retriggered. Now that sums up the create stream user function. So what we now can do is actually test this. And for that, let's first check here, because we can go to the Explorer tab and we can check like which users there are. This is just the root user, that is me, who has created this project. But now we want to try and run our application and see if the stream user will automatically be created whenever I log in. So let's check that we are running the project. We are. So let's go to localhost and let's first log out. And we can now log back into our app. So let's do this. We log in, we continue with Google. And we will see for a very short time creating new user. So it seems to have worked. So if we switch to our stream backend and we refresh this, we will see there's a new user here with the following ID, and name is set correctly, the role is user, we see the email is being set, and everything worked really well. So what I quickly want to check here as well is if we go to Clerk and the dashboard and we take a look at our user, we see the user ID here is user_30 at ... and we can check that the user ID is actually the same. So we have the user_30 at DQ in the end. So our user creation worked. We got automatically redirected to our app route. So everything worked really well on first try, which is nice. So I think the creation of stream users is done. So what we can do now is work with the SDK to actually create the streamer dashboard. Now, I'm not sure if you remember correctly, but if we click on the user icon here, we will be redirected to the dashboard route. The reason for this is if we go to the navigation bar at the trailing items inside, the button with the user actually consists of a link that is linking to this app/dashboard link. So we already have that, and we're already going there when clicking on this icon. But we now want to actually create this route. So let's do this. We go to app, and inside this app folder, we create a new folder, call it dashboard, and give it a new file with the name page.tsx. The first thing we need to do is actually open up our terminal again and install the Stream.io Video React SDK, because what this does is it exposes a few packages, now components that we need to render our UI. I'll close this and let's start with the implementation. First, we define a dashboard component, and we know we will use some client-side logic, so we use the useClient directive here. Then we start by defining some state variables. We want to have a client, a stream video client, a call, which is both something we want to import from the Stream Video React SDK, and we of course need to use state hook, so let's also import this. I will explain in a second why we need those. And we want to return the following UI. First, we want to have a section that we give a grid with one grid column. This looks strange, but we will reuse this later on to show a chat side by side optionally. So remember that we will use this then. For now, let's keep it like this. Inside our section, we want to say if there's a client, if we have a stream client, and there is a call, we want to show the following UI. We want to have a stream video object, a stream call object, and a stream theme. And that means first we wrap everything here in a stream theme. We wrap everything else in a stream video object. We need the client for this. And then we wrap the existing stuff in a stream call, where we need the call for. This looks a little bit fancy, but all this does is it injects everything we need as context to the underlying components. So we have a stream theme. So every styling that will be applied to all the custom components we get from Stream will be applicable due to us providing a stream theme. We provide the stream video wrapper. So that means we can access the stream client anywhere inside using hooks. And we also have our stream call, so we can use hooks to access all the call data that we need without us to completely complexly querying for it. And inside, we now need to show a component. So let's add it here already, and then we'll define it. So we'll call it streamer view, and we just use it here and give it a call as an input. So we haven't defined this, but let's do this now. So we go to components, add a new folder, call it streamer view. And inside we add a new file called streamerview.tsx. What we now do is we define a few imports that will all make sense in a second. But the more important thing is we define our streamer view component. It has a call as an input, and then we want to have the current username as a state property. We want to have a session, which we use from Clerk. We want to use the get user data and the delete live stream functions from our database context. And then we start by importing a number of hooks from our Stream SDK. And we will all use them all in a second, but I will add a link to more documentation on the available hooks inside the SDK. I want to mention though that the reason we have access to these hooks is because we are wrapping the streamer view component inside of a stream call. So this gives us access to a ton of data, and let's destruct what things we will use. So first we use the useCameraState hook to get access to the camera, to check whether the camera is enabled, to get devices, and to have a function that tells us the currently selected device. Next, we use the useMicrophoneState hook to get the microphone and as well as check if the microphone is enabled. We do the same for the useScreenShareState hook, where we get the screen share and whether it's enabled. Then we use the useParticipantCount hook to see how many participants are currently in the call or the live stream. We use the useIsCallLive hook to get whether our call is currently live or not. We can use the useParticipants hook to get the first participant, because in our case there's only one person streaming, so the first participant should always be the correct one. So as you can see, using all these hooks is quite helpful because these will update in real time. So you don't have to manage any of that, but we can use these hooks and everything will be very comfortable to use later on, which we will see now. We will use the use device list hook to get the device list and get info about the currently selected device. We need the devices and the selected device from the use camera state hook to be input parameters for this. We will log whether the camera is enabled or not for debugging purposes. And then we create a use effect hook, which gets the current user's data when the component mounts. We will see in a second why we need this. So we create a function called getCurrentUser, and for that we extract the user ID from the Clerk session. And if the user ID is there, we call the getUserData function from our database context. We take this user data and we set the current user name in our component, so it's a state variable. And then we call this getCurrentUser function and add the dependencies for the use effect hook. Next, we start by constructing our UI, which will take a while. So for that, we first define a class of a flex layout with a column layout and some gap between and a relative positioning. Then inside we add another div that has a few more classes. Specifically, we want to have this relative again. We want to use a flex layout by centering everything horizontally and vertically. We give it a max height of 500 pixels. We hide the overflow and give it a slide border. Now, if the call is live, bottom border actually. If the call is live, we set the Twitch purple as the border color and the gray color if the call is not live. So this will give us a direct indication if our call is currently live. Then we create an empty component here, and if our first participant is actually existent, which it should always be, then we check something, because we now want to check whether we are currently sharing our camera, whether we're sharing our screen or both, and show a preview of that to the people or to the person streaming. So we add a participant view here, which is one of the stream components that we can use, which is very powerful because it shows everything we want to see. We give it a class name of a full height, and then we can select which track type we want to share or show. And here we say if screen share is enabled, we want to share the screen share track. Otherwise, we want to show the video track. We will see later on how that looks, but for now, this is the full preview that we will see. And we create a video placeholder. This is just some empty background color in case we're still loading. And as the participant, we set the first participant because we know it exists. Now, if screen share and camera is enabled, we want to show not only the screen share track, but at the bottom right of our preview, we also want to show the camera. And for that, we add another participant view with the class name of aspect video. We give it a height of 32, so which is 128 pixels. We give it an absolute positioning and position it to the bottom and right and round it a little bit. And here we want to have the track type video, because if the screen share is enabled, we show the screen share as the big preview. We give it the same video placeholder and then add the participant here to show the correct screen. If we don't have a participant, which we should never run into, we will return a div that says the host hasn't joined yet. Now we show a preview, but we don't show controls yet. So let's change this. We have a class name, a div container, which has a flex layout and some gap. And here we first want to show a row that has a user icon, which is the one we show on the navigation bar as well, with the participant count. So we want to see how many people are currently viewing our stream. Then we want to use some buttons because we want to now allow the user to go live and change other things. So first we add a primary variant button that says either go live or stop live, and we will adjust this dynamically whenever the user is currently live. And we will add the logic for this later on. And then we also want to have a camera toggle button that we can enable or disable the camera. We can again use the isCamEnabled property that we get from the hook. So this will update in real time without us needing to do anything. And the same goes for the microphone. We will toggle that as well, depending on whether it's enabled or not. Then we add another section here, and here we can give it a headline of what do you want to share, because now we can define that you can share your camera, screen, or both. And we will add buttons for all of that. So let's create a container for this. We have a button that says camera only. If we click that and it's enabled, we want to show a border around this. And this button is actually true if the cam is enabled and screen share is not enabled. So what we want to do on click is actually just do that. We want to enable the camera, but disable screen sharing. So sharing only the camera. This should be a secondary button. We'll do the same for the screen only. Here we give the condition that camera is not enabled, but screen share is enabled. Then we will indicate this with a purple border around it. And on click, we do just that. We enable screen share and we disable camera. Again, secondary variant. Lastly, we want to have a button for both screen and camera. And this one has the condition that whenever cam is enabled and screen share is enabled, we want to show this purple border. And on click, we enable both. And again, it's a secondary variant. Then we want to have another option of buttons here. We again show a flex layout, and we want to be able to select different kinds of cameras. So another div container with a map of the devices that we have. So we can have a device list. And for each device, we show a button that has the border of purple if the currently selected device has the same device ID as the one in the list. So if this is the active one, we want to show purple border around it. It will be a secondary button and it will have a key of the device ID. And on click, we want to select the camera with the device ID of the current device in the list. And as the name of the button or the text, we show the label for the device. Now, I told you that we will implement the isLive functionality later, which is now, because it's a little bit more complex. So what do we want to do? Whenever we are currently live, it shows the stop live text, and we want to do a few things here. The first is we want to stop the call being live. This is the most important thing there. So this is what we want to call first. And then we want to remove it from the database. So we first check if the current username is set. And then we try to delete the live stream using the delete live stream function from our database. Then if we have a success there, we log that the live stream was removed from the database. If not, we log this as well. And we catch any errors and log those as well. Else, so if we don't have a current username, we want to give a warning that no current username is found, so we can't remove the live stream from the database. Now, if we are not currently live, so if the live is false and we want to go live, we have to follow a few steps. Particularly, we want to show a form that the user can enter specific data. So for example, they give it a name and some categories, and then they can go live. So we want to show this go live form. So upon clicking here, we want to set the show go live form to be true. And then at the very bottom here, we can add a check for if the show go live form is true, we want to actually show the component. And the component we first need to create, of course. So let's do this. Inside the streamer view, we create a go live form. We start by importing a few things and setting the use client directive to indicate we are running on the client. And then we first create a props interface. So we want to say go live form props. We will inject a onGoLive function as well as an onCancel function. Then we extract the available categories from the categories that we have defined earlier. And we map this to only show the name, so it's only strings. Then we create our GoLive form. We extract onGoLive and onCancel from the GoLive form props. And first we add a useState hook for the stream name. And for the selected categories, we will have an array of strings, which is initialized as an empty array. Then we want to check if we're currently submitting or not. And we extract the session from the useSession hook from Clerk. We want to set the create livestream and get the user data from our database context. And we want to handle whenever someone clicks on a category. We want to toggle this so we get the category as an input, and we want to set the selected categories to take the previous value. If it includes the category, we filter it out. If not, we add it. We also want to have a handle submit function that prevents the default behavior from the event. And if the stream name is set, if it's not set, we alert that we need to enter a name. If it is set, we check if the selected category's length is 0. Then we will show an alert to say, please select at least one category. And then we set is submitting to be true. Then we try and get the user ID from the session. If that's not there, we throw an error. That shouldn't be the case. And then we get first the user data using the getUserData function from our database context. If that's not there, we throw an error. Then we create the live stream using the create livestream function. We take the name, we take the selected categories and the user name as well as an image URL. If that's not set, we simply choose this one. Now, if that worked, so if the live stream has actually a value, we call the onGoLive function. If not, we show an alert that we failed to create the live stream and the user should try again. And we catch any errors and log them and show an alert in that case. Finally, we want to set is submitting to be false, because then the processing of our submission is done. Finally, we need a function that checks whether our form is valid. So we want to return here the stream name trimmed as well as the selected categories if they have a length bigger than 0, and is submitting is currently false. Then we start by constructing the UI. We create a container div which has a black background and the items are centered and justified centered, and we give it a large Z index. Then we have a white background color for the pop-up card that we want to show for the form. This is similar to the onboarding flow, so if you want to know more, please check back there because I want to go over this a little bit more quickly. We give it a headline of go live, and on submit, we want to handle that submit, of course. So this is the function we have defined up here. And inside the form, we have a div. We want to have a label for the stream name and an input, which is of type text, has the stream name as the ID, and the value is the stream name, so the state variable that we have. And on change, we want to set that stream name. We style it. This is the exact same styling we have used in the onboarding, so I don't want to go into too much detail here. And we have a placeholder, and this is going to be a required property here. Then we have another label for the categories, and here we want to have a few options. So we want to have it a max height of 48, and we make it an overflow Y of auto. We want to show a grid layout with 2 columns, and we map over the available categories. And for each category, we create a label, and the label will have an input of which is a checkbox. And if it's checked, if it's included in the selected categories, we show it as checked. On change, we handle the category toggle, and we add some styling to it. And we add a span to show the category name. Then we add another container div with a button, and this should be a button type with a variant secondary, and on click we want to cancel, and this is disabled if we're currently submitting, and this says cancel. And of course we have a submit button as well of type submit, which is going to be the primary variant. It's disabled if our form is not valid. And we want to have a flex layout inside and an opacity of 50% if it's not valid. So we want to indicate that you can't click it. If we're currently submitting, it should be saying creating, otherwise it says go live. Now we can go back to our streamer view and actually import the go live form and scroll all the way down and import this here. And we have a on go live function that we need to define. And for this, once that's done, we set the show go live form to be false, and we actually go live with our call because the data will be set on the stream dashboard and we're done here. On cancel, we simply want to set the go live form property to be false. With this, the streamer view is done, and we can now switch back to the dashboard, so the page.tsx file for the dashboard, and we already see our import now works. We implemented this component. With this, the UI here is done, but we now need to add the logic to enter a live stream call. So for that, we first import a few things. The first thing that we want to use is a Clerk user. So we import the use session hook from Clerk and extract the session. And then we do the same for our database context because we want to have access to Supabase to get the user data, as well as setting up the Supabase client if necessary. Then we import a use effect hook that we initialize here. And inside, we will create a function to enter a call. For that, we first extract the stream API key. And if it's not there, we throw an error. Then we extract the user ID from the Clerk session. If the user ID is not there, we return. And if Supabase is not initialized, so if the client is not yet initialized, we extract a token from the Clerk session. And if the token is there, we first log this and then set the Supabase client with the token. And then we return, because if that happens, we don't want to execute this again. We will add the Supabase client in the dependencies here. So the function will be re-triggered and takes a different route here. But yeah, we want to return at this point. Then if we have a client and a call, so with the client, we set the stream video client. And if a call is there as well, then we return, because then we have achieved everything that we wanted. Otherwise, we take the user data from Supabase. So we get the user data using the user ID that we extracted from the Clerk session. We take this user data, and if this is not there, we throw an error again. But if it's there, we first take the user name and convert this to lowercase. So this is the username we saved in Supabase. We make this lowercase because we want to have a URL that we can use as a unique identifier for the call. So from the username, we create the call ID. We need to import our create token function that we defined as a server action and get a token for the user. Then we create a user object from the stream SDK. So we will say we have a user, which is of this specific type. It has the user ID and the name of userdata.username. And then we will need to get the client from stream. So we call the getClient function that we have defined earlier. Remember, this was for the purpose that we only have one instance of the stream client. And we get this client. We use the API key with the user as well as the user token. Then from this stream client, we create a call of the live stream type, which we have different default types that we can choose from. There are, for example, video calls, so that would be in a meeting scenario. There's also audio calls, which would be if there's just audio conversations between people. We will go with the live stream one. And what this means is that it has a very specific set of roles, of things that people are allowed to do, so things that users specifically are allowed to do, like sharing audio and video. It comes with some nice defaults, but we can also customize this and create our own roles. And we use the call ID that we defined, so which it is the lowercase username, which we'll be using as a call ID, which will become in handy because if somebody visits a user page, we automatically know that they want to join the call with that user ID or with that username. So that comes in quite convenient for us. So we take this stream call and we want to join this, and we want to have the option to even create it. Because if it's not there, we want to create this as a new call. And then we first set the client to be the stream client, and we also set the call to be the stream call. Remember, these were the state properties that we defined earlier. With this, we can now call our enter call function because we have defined this as async here. So we will now call this and add the necessary dependencies here. So specifically the session, the get user data, the Supabase client, the set Supabase client, the client, and the call state properties. With this, we can now save our dashboard and take a look at how the implementation looks at the moment. And for that, we switch over to our browser and we see our still nice looking UI here. And we can now click on the user button here, and we will see that here I can see a live preview of myself. I have all the options here, so I can now say I want to share my screen, I want to go live, I want to disable the camera. So let's try this out a little bit. If we disable the camera, it doesn't show anymore. I can unmute the mic, which unfortunately you won't hear at the moment. I can share my screen. It will allow me to select, for example, the code, which it will then share. I can even share my screen and my camera. And in that case, we will render the participant track here of video at the bottom right. And if I switch back to camera only, this only shows the camera. Now, this is not the most complex layouting here, but you can see that it's quite easy to change this up and decide more on what we want to share, how we want to share it, and how we might want to display it for viewers. I think everything works here quite flawlessly. So what we can now do is share live streams, which is great for us. But the problem that we have is we can't view them or we can't watch them yet. So next, let's add the code for watching live streams from a user perspective. The user page consists of mainly two functionalities. The first one is watching live streams, and the second one is displaying user information for the current user to be able to follow and unfollow the user that they're on the page for. So what we will start with is we will start with adding everything aside from the live streaming part. So we will add a page to view user data that we are currently visiting, and then add the follow functionality so that we can click on a follow button, and we will handle the logic for Supabase to add the people to both the followers of the streaming user as well as the following of the currently logged in user. And then we will add the live streaming functionality, which will probably be the easier part of that because of everything we are getting out of the box. But without further ado, let's jump back into VS Code. And we now want a user route to be added to our app. And for that, we have a few options. So the thing is that we want to have a generic route that is true for each of the users. So under our app/app route, where we also have the dashboard, we can now say, let's create a new folder. And Next.js has file-based routing. And with that comes a great ability, because what we can do is we can define a route with these brackets, and with that it will give a generic route that takes the parameter here, so the user, and we can use this inside of our page.tsx. So whenever someone visits a generic route that is /app/username, we will come here and then we can react to the route that they're currently on. So in our case, that will be, we want to take the user name that we're currently on the page for. We want to extract the user data, and then we want to see, is there a live stream currently happening? If yes, we want to display that. If not, we will show a placeholder UI that says this user is currently not live. So let's get started by implementing this user page now. And first, as usual, we know that this runs on the client, so we import the use client directive. Then we import a few things that we will use later on. The image, we will definitely need this. We will import the database context, the tables for the types from Supabase, the Clerk use session hook, and then some React things that will be very helpful for us. Then we define our user page here. And as input parameters, we can now say the params will be the user. So this has to be the same name as the page name that we have decided to go for. And with that, we can use the params here, so we can extract the user name from this query. Then we set a few state properties here. We want to have the streamer data. So this is going to be from the users table. We need to load this from Supabase, and this will be the streamer's data. So the user page that we are visiting, this is the streamer, and this is going to be the data that we can display then. We want to extract the session from Clerk. We want to have our database functions, specifically the Supabase client, getting user data and setting the client for Supabase. Then we can now extract this user parameter using the use hook together with the params. The reason we need to do it like this is because this gives a promise, and with that we can easily unwrap this to have the simple string for our username. Then we want to determine if the user is currently following the other person. So if the logged in user is a follower of that streamer. We will need this info to determine whether we want to have a follow or an unfollow button and adjust our logic accordingly. And then we want to have a loading state in case the user clicks on the follow button or the unfollow button, so that we can display this somehow. Then we get started by adding our first use effect hook. And first we want to say we initialize all the clients that we have. And for that we first check if the Supabase client is not initialized yet. We need to get a Supabase token from the session. So this is the Clerk token that we use to initialize Supabase client. If the token is there, we set the Supabase client and then we return. This will re-trigger other functions, so stay with me for this. And what we will do if the Supabase client is initialized, so remember, this triggers a redraw because we update the client. We will skip this part and now jump into the next part. And here we extract the user data. We take the user name that we get from the parameters and check them, or extract the user from the Supabase table that has an username equal to that. And by equal, I mean not putting the capitalization into regard, because the link will be lowercase, and so that we can adjust this. If the username might have capital letters, we just ignore those. All right, now we have the user data. So if that is not there, we can't really display anything. So we will log an error and return. We will probably want to handle this more gracefully in a production app, but for our demo, that should be fine. And then we set the streamer data to be the user data. Remember, the type of the streamer data was from the users table, so that's perfectly fine for us. And then we will check if the user is currently following the streamer. So we check the session user ID and the user data. And then we get the user data from the currently logged in user. We use the user ID for this from the Clerk session. And then if the current user data is there and the current user is actually following the streamer, we want to say set is following to be true. And then we call this initialize clients function and add the dependencies for the session for the Supabase client. Remember, this is triggering this re-execution here. And then the functions that we use together with the user parameter. Cool. With that, we have the first useEffect hook done. And we can now start by building up some UI. We will add another useEffect hook later, but for now, let's start with UI building. And first we create a div container that has the full height of the screen and overflows the y-axis with a scrolling behavior. And then we say if we have the streamer data, because this will be loading initially, because initially the streamer data will be null. Here we can see this. And once this has loaded, we now create a new section with some Y spacing, and we first create a container, which is a flex layout with centering everything vertically and spacing it out horizontally and give it some padding. And inside we add another div with another flex layout. And here we have first an image. So we imported the next image component already. And this has the streamer's image and an alt text together with a width and a height, and we set these to be fully rounded, so a circle avatar image. Inside we have another div which gives us the streamer's username together with the number of followers they have. Then we add another div here where we want to use a button, and inside this div we now create a flex layout again. We want to say if the session has a user ID that is not equal to the current user, because users shouldn't be able to follow themselves, we want to say we want to have a primary button that is disabled during the loading, because if our user clicks on the follow button, we will first trigger the is follow loading. So then we shouldn't be able to click so that we can't spam this. So if is follow is loading, we show the text loading, and otherwise we check if the currently logged in user is following the streamer. If yes, we show the text of unfollow. If they're not following them yet, we show the follow text. We add an import for the vertical ellipsis icon, because next we want to have another icon, which is going to be the icon variant of the button, which shows the ellipsis vertical. This is just an indication that there is more menu options, which we won't implement for now, but this is just closer to the real UI from Twitch. By the way, this follow button doesn't have any functionality yet. We will add this towards the end because we want to focus first on building out the UI. All right, we add another div here with some padding and some Y spacing, and here we want to display the interests of the streamer. So what we do is we create a headline, and then we add a container with a flex layout with some gap in between, and then we map over all the interests from the streamer. So we take the streamer data, take the interests from them, and map that. For that we want to import the interest component that we already created in the previous chapter, and we will just use this inside here. So this comes in handy again that we have already defined these components, because we don't have to re-implement the UI. And after showing the interests, we create another container div, and here we want to show the users that the person is following. And for that we map over the following, at least if there is any people they're following. So if there's not, we show a simple paragraph saying the streamer is not following anyone. Otherwise, we want to map over every followed person and have a div and simply display the name there. Okay, with that, the UI is generally done and it works. So let's test this out. We switch over to our app and we could click on those, but this is just mock streamer data, so they don't have actual user profiles attached to them. So we need to go to the other route of our only user for now. So if we go to that route, we see an error. And interestingly, we've seen this before because this simply says that the source prop doesn't allow us to load this image. So we can easily fix this by going to our config and copy this and simply say we want to also show images from this route. I think that's what it is, right? This person does not exist.com, and save this. And if we now reload, this should have fixed the problem. And as we can see, this actually fixed it. So we have the username, we have 0 followers. I'm still trying to gain my fame. This is the random image that is selected. We have the follow button. We have these 3 dots here, and we have the interests together with the text that Stefan Bloß is not following anyone, so that's fine. And we have our interests UI that doesn't look that great on this large screen, but that's fine for now. We will now implement the follow functionality. And for that, we switch back here. And the first thing we need is we want to add the follow and unfollow functionality upon clicking that button. But first, we want to have actually the database implementation. So for that, we will first visit our beloved database context and add a function there. So let's go to the database context, which has become quite crowded by now. But after the remove live streams mock data, we add another function here. We call it follow user, which will return a Boolean if it worked. And it needs 2 parameters. The first is the current user's ID and then the user to follow ID. We could split this up into a follow and an unfollow function, but actually we keep this in one function for now, which is just simpler because the logic is very similar and we don't want to duplicate too much code. All right, so let's scroll down and we have a few functions implemented already. And let's add one below. We call it the follow user. Again, I use callback hook, and then we have the 2 parameters here and the return value. And inside, we first check if our Supabase client is initialized. If not, we log an error and we return false. Otherwise, we want to go a route of trying something and catching all the errors. And what we do is first we get the user data for the current user. So using the user ID and the current user ID as the input parameter. If that doesn't work, there has been some error and we want to log this and say this didn't work. Otherwise, we also want to get the user data for the user that we want to follow. We use the user name here because this is what the route gives us. And then we say if that didn't work, we log an error as well and we return false. Otherwise, we want to update the following list. So for this, we take the current user ID and we want to update the list of people they are following. Of course, that can be either removing or adding the streamer's ID, so the user to follow ID. So first we say the updated current user following will be a string list, so an array, which will be empty. And now we say the updated user to followers will also be an empty list. So if the current user's following array includes the user that we want to follow, it means we want to unfollow them. So what we do, we remove the user to follow from the list of users that the current user is following. So we take the current user, we take the following array of strings, and we filter out the user to follow. We do the same for the user to follow followers. So that would be the streamer's followers. We also need to remove the current user there. So here we say user to follow, we take the followers of them and we filter out the current user. So this means the user is following the streamer. If that is not the case, we want to instead add the respective person there. So in that case, we take the current user's following list and add the user to follow. And we go to the followers and add the current user in the user's followers. It's a little bit confusing, but I think it's become pretty clear what I am doing here. All right, so with these lists now being updated, this is all the distinction we had to make between following and unfollowing, because now the simple thing that we can do is we can now go to Supabase and say in the users table, we want to update the following list with the updated list that we just created, specifically for the current user ID. So we equal the user ID to the current user ID, which means we are updating the following list of the current user. If there's an error here, we log this and we return false because something went wrong. And we do the same thing, but for the streamer. So we go to Supabase again, we go to the users table and we update their followers, which equals the user ID of the user to follow. Again, if there's an error, we log this and return. But now we have successfully followed the current user and we can finally return true. Of course, we also need to catch all errors inside our try block that we have started all the way up there. And after catching the error, we also need to add the dependencies here. And finally, we add the follow user to the value of our database context provider. With this, we have implemented all the database context that we wanted, and we can go back to our user page. And now the first thing we will do is we will import the follow user function from our use database hook. And then we scroll down to our button here and we hand in the onClick function, we hand in a handle follow function that we haven't defined yet. So let's do that. We create the function, we make it async, and we check is there a user ID of the current session, Clerk, and if there is a streamer, so if we have current streamer data. If that is not the case, if one of them is missing, we log an error and return, because then the follow functionality won't work. And then we check if the user ID is equal to the current user, because you shouldn't be allowed to follow yourself. In that case, we simply return. And otherwise, we set the isFollow loading to be true, because we want to indicate that the follow functionality or the follow action is currently happening and we don't allow users to click the button in between. And then inside we try and say we want to follow the user, so we want to use the follow user function of our database context. And if that was successful, we set the isFollowing to the opposite, so we toggle the value. And then we want to refresh the streamer's data to update their follow account, because we are on the page of a user and we just clicked follow, so their followers will be either increased or decreased. So we want to update this data, and if that worked, we set the streamer data to the updated streamer data. We catch all errors and log them. And finally, so after all of this has happened, we want to set the isFollowing to be false, so that handles every successful case, but also in case we have seen an error. With this, the follow functionality should be fully there, but one problem we have now is that we actually only have one real user, which is me. And so for us to actually test this, we need a second user. And that makes sense because we also want the second user to be watching the live stream. So it makes sense that we do this. And so we see Supabase here, and we can take a look at the users. And here we only have our initial user that we have already signed up with my email address here. So let's open up a private window because we want to add a new user here. So let's go to localhost, and we see we want to access our app. And now, actually, before we do this, let's change one thing inside our app, because we still have in our environments variables the sign in force redirect, which we don't want anymore. We simply want users to be redirected to creating a stream user when they sign up. Let's go back to our browser here and let's sign up. And we will now use the email address, and I created one specifically for this purpose. I will create a password. I will hit continue. I will verify that I am indeed human. We can't use this password, so we need to be creative for this and see if this works. We verify again that we are human, and again this has not been allowed, so let's add another one. I hope this works. I like that they have these security features out of the box. I will now check my email and get my verification code that I will paste in here successfully. So we see we have now created a new user and we are redirected to our onboarding. It's great to see that our flow is actually working. So let's call this the test user. I will do the same thing because I don't have an avatar lying around. Email automatically entered, and let's do a different date of birth now. Let's do 1968 and the 1st of July. And we're now in the interests thing, so let's select a few here and save. And we are on the page that we want. And now we can manually navigate to our user that we want to check. And we see them now. This is the other user that we have, which has currently 0 followers. So before we start this, let's check if this worked in Supabase. It already refreshed, but we now have our initial user as well as the test user. Both following and followers are empty. So let's test if our follow functionality works. We click, it was the following text for a while. During that, now it shows the unfollow button. And here we now see the person has 1 follower. So let's switch back to Supabase. We need to refresh this page. And if we check now, we see the test user now has a user that they're following, which is the other one. And the initial user has a follower, which is our newly created test user. So the follower functionality works, which is perfect. Everything went smoothly. The UI is not perfect with the interests, but I'm fine for now, so leave it as is. And we can now implement the more exciting part, which is the live stream watching functionality. So for that, we switch back to our VS Code instance, and we are still on the user page. Let's make it a little bit bigger, the text here. And we next want to implement the live stream watching. And for that, I want to maximize what we're getting from the Stream SDK. And for that, we first implement a styles CSS file from the Stream Video React SDK. This is simply used because we want to use the default styling we get out of the box. And for that, we need to import this functionality. Then we also import the call as well as the stream video client. We have used most of these inside our dashboard as well. We see the call here, and for that we next use a state property for the stream client. We also want to have a state property for the call, and we want to have a loading property that we will show as long as we're connecting to the call. Then we add a dependency for that here and a use effect hook that will enter the call whenever we enter the page. So first we create a join call function that we check is the stream client actually there. If not, we simply return. And then we create the call using the stream client, because we now know we have it, with the username as the call ID, because this is how we handled things in the dashboard. We will create a call with the ID of the username. This call, we then get the call and set the call as well as the isLoading property to be false and the call to be set to the call. And then we join the call, so we call the function that we have just defined and add the dependencies for the stream client as well as the user. We add another use effect hook here, and for that we actually want to implement the initialization of the stream client. So we create a function inside, call it initialize stream client, and say if the stream client is actually created and has a value, we return, because we don't have to do anything. Otherwise, we extract the API key and check if this is there. If not, we throw an error, because this should not be happening. And then we extract the user ID from our Clerk session. If that's not there, we return and log an error. Otherwise, we use our getClient function that we have defined in our stream client class in our lib folder. And we hand in the API key as well as the user with the user ID. We also add a user token. For that, we use the create token function from our actions folder. So this will be using a server-side creation of the token, which we've implemented before. And in the end, we simply set the stream client to be the client that we have. So in case we have someone who has already visited the dashboard, they will get the client that was already created. Otherwise, it will be now created. Anyway, we guarantee that we only have one instance of this. And then we call this function and add the dependencies for the session, specifically the user ID there and the stream client. Then we want to scroll down, because now we want to implement the UI for this. And we already have our container here, and we are actually showing the streamer data, but we want to show more now. So let's create another section. And here we want to have some constraints to how this looks, because we want to give this a minimum height of 72, so minimum 288 pixels, and a maximum height of 500 pixels. And it should spread for the full width. Then we check if we're currently loading. If that is the case, we show a container with a loading text, just not much styling, but that we show something there. And if the isLoading property is false and the call is not there, or it is in the backstage stage, so the call is created but not live yet, we want to show that the user or the streamer is currently offline. So we create a container div with a flex layout. We center everything horizontally and vertically, give it the same height as the container div, so the same properties there, similar to here. We give it a gradient background from Twitch purple via some violet color to Twitch purple again. And inside we add a blended text effect, and we simply say the stream is offline and the streamer is currently not streaming, check back later. This is just a fancy way to show some UI for this. So if we save here and we check here, we see stream offline, the user is currently not streaming, check back later. Right, with this done, we can now go to the more interesting part, and that is when a streamer is actually live. For that, we check now if loading is false, the stream client is there, the call is there, and the call is not in backstage mode. So if everything of this is true, we want to show our live stream UI, which we again want to wrap in some stream components. So specifically the stream theme, the stream video component, and the stream call. Remember, we've done something very similar inside our dashboard. So if we scroll down here, we see the stream theme, the stream video object, and the stream call. And inside we have a streamer view. Here we will have another one, but the rest is very similar. So let's scroll down again to the UI implementation. And here we now say we first have the stream theme, we then have stream video, and then we have the stream call. Now, on the dashboard, we show the streamer view, and here we want to have another view. So let's go to our components and let's create a new folder, and let's call it live stream watching. And inside we create a new file and call it livestreamwatching.tsx. And inside we first define this as a client component, and we define the live stream watching component. We import two hooks from Stream's video SDK. First is useCall, second is useCallState hooks. And then we first get the call using the useCall hook. Again, this works because everything here will be wrapped inside a stream call object, so we can access the call easily like this. Then we have a call state hook that we're using, specifically the useIsCallLive hook. We're actually checking if we are live using this hook, so this will automatically update whenever the value changes. And then we add a useEffect hook, because one thing we need to do is we need to actually join that call. And for that we add the useEffect hook. Inside we call the call.join, and the dependency for the call is what we need to add. And now we add the UI here. We return a container which has the aspect video dimensions, which I think is 16 by 9. And then we have the max height. This is the same as we have defined for the container here. So we just want to spread the whole thing, and we want to hide everything that is overflowing. And then we check if we are currently live. So if the call is actually live and the call has an ID, and then we will use a stream component here, specifically a live stream layout. And we will use that. And this is a very powerful component that allows us to customize a lot of UI and a lot of what we want to show on screen for a live stream. And I just want to demonstrate how these parameters look. We can also fully customize this, but at least we now want to take a look at the parameters that we have, that we could just say set without any further customization. So we have a muted property, so we could use this to mute the live stream by default or allow it to unmute it. We want to enable the full screen so that users can click on there and actually show the live stream in full screen. There is a live badge that we can show. We don't want this because showing the stream will be enough for us. We can show the duration of the live stream. We will do this here. We don't want to show the speaker name, but we could. And we can also show the participant count. That is what we want to do. And then we also have a floating participant props property that we can basically show the other participants in a floating style, which we can mute. We can enable full screen for them as well. So allow us to enable full screen. Basically, we can show the participant count in there, the duration, the live badge, the speaker name, and we can even set the position of the floating participant props. We will do bottom right here, but there's also other options like top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. So there's a lot of customization we can do here. But for now we're happy, and I think it's quite cool to see that we can use this live stream layout and with that show the entire live stream logic and don't have to do anything else for this. So let's switch back to our user page and let's import this live stream watching component that we just created. And all we need to do is scroll all the way down, and inside our stream call, we now want to show this. Now, we want to demonstrate how the entirety of things works together. So what I want to do here is I want to show the, let's go to localhost first. And actually we see a problem here, because if the users are going to the route of the root, they are not redirected to the app route yet. So before we demonstrate how the entirety of things work, let's quickly fix this, because it's not a very complicated fix. And for that, we go back to our project and we go to the root page.tsx, because this is where all of this bloat is. And let's return, not this here, but let's remove everything. We don't want to show an image, but instead we want to do the following. Specifically, we first define that this is a client component, and then we import the use user hook from Clerk, and we use the redirect function from Next Navigation. Because what we do now is first we check if the user is currently signed in or if we're currently loading. In the loading case, we simply show a loading text, which we will rarely see. In case we are not signed in, we want to use the redirect function to redirect our user to the login screen. Otherwise, we want to redirect them to the /app route. We can remove the return, because this is all we want to do here. And if we switch over to the browser, we see we already got redirected, and we can test this again. So if we go to localhost directly, we will be redirected. So this is the instance of our streaming user here. So let's go to the dashboard. And let's show this side by side actually. So we have our streamer now on the left, which you can see, and on the right we have the watching person. So currently the stream is not live, so if we refresh this, you will see stream is offline. And we can now say, hey, let's go live. We need to adjust the text actually for this, so we don't have a very nice looking UI. So we need to adjust our go live form here. So let's quickly do this. I think it should be a quick fix. We go to the go live form and we scroll all the way down to the top. And inside here, I want to say we want to show a default text of a gray, let's say 500. And we deleted the background white. I think that's fine for now. So at least we can use this. So when I enter a stream name now, let's call it test stream, very creative. And let's select a technology. And I think this, what we're actually doing here is art. So let's go live. And we see now the text here changed and also our indicator changed that we are currently live. We need to update here. Oh, it actually did update automatically. So what we see is the stream is currently happening. We see the time that this has been live. We can even go full screen here. So let's test everything else. We can now say we want to share a screen. So let's do, for example, our code. We see it updates here live. We can also say we want to show screen and camera. It will show the screen and the camera. And we also can switch back to camera only. So this is quite nice. Okay, with this, our entire demo worked, and we can now live stream and watch live streams, which is great. And we now have basically a full functionality of a Twitch clone done. But we want to add one more thing, and that is a chat functionality, because for now, streaming is cool, but I want users to be able to chat with each other during a live stream. So let's do that next. Welcome to the last chapter and last step of our tutorial for building our Twitch clone. And in this one, we want to add more functionality to our app. Specifically, we want to add chat. The way we will do this is we will first create a specific chat component that we can reuse for both the streamer as well as the viewer. We will then add this component to both the streamer's dashboard as well as the user's page who is watching the live stream. And finally, I will also show you how to customize a few of the things inside the chat so that it looks more like a live stream chat, specifically one that is featured on a site like Twitch. So without further ado, let's jump directly into our browser. And the first thing we want to do is actually install Stream Chat. So we go to search for npm and Stream Chat. And we will select the Stream Chat React package. We could also go with the client, but we want the React components as well. And the client is actually included here. So let's copy this, switch back to VS Code. We can cancel the running of our app. And we can now say we want to install Stream Chat React. Then we want to restart our server so that we can close this again. Now, the first thing we want to do is add a new component, which we add a new folder for. We call it My Chat. And inside we create a new component called mychat.tsx. The first thing we will add is a use client directive. We've talked about this enough times through the course of this tutorial, I think, but we want to do some client-side logic here. Then we add a bunch of imports, which we will use throughout creating the component. And then we also add one specific import that's important, and that is this one, which initializes the Stream Chat React index CSS code. So basically we add the styling we get out of the box for Stream Chat by simply importing this line here. Then we start by defining our MyChat component. We first want to have a client. This will be a Stream Chat client. So we have the Stream Video client and we also have the Stream Chat client. Then we have a channel. This is going to be a stream channel. So this is going to be the chat channel that people will be joining. And then we start off by building some simple UI. We say if either the client or the channel are not initialized yet, we want to return a text of setting up client and connection. And otherwise, we want to return the full chat experience. And for that, we first have a chat, which will take the client. This will be the wrapper. So it's not showing anything, but this is just similar to the stream video object that we have used in the, for example, the streamer view, the dashboard page. If we take a look at this, we have the stream theme, we have stream video and stream call, and only in the streamer view, we will show the UI. So we'll do some similar things here. And first we have the chat, and inside we have a channel. And for that we use the channel object. And then inside we have a window. Again, all of this is Stream Chat React components. And inside we first show the message list. So list of all sent messages. And then some message input so that people can input something into the chat. With that, we would already have a chat functionality there, but we are not initializing the client and the channel yet. So let's change this. And for that, we need a use effect hook. We will need the create token provider because we need to authenticate with the Stream Chat backend. And then we add some input parameters to our MyChat component, specifically a username and an user ID. We will see in a second where we need this. And then we add our first use effect hook. And inside, we first create a function and we call it initialize chat client. It's going to be an async function and we simply extract the API key. And I want to stop for a second here and say that we can reuse the API key from Stream for both the chat as well as the video experience. So this is very convenient for us because if we switch to the stream dashboard and our project here, we can see there's chat messaging, there's moderation, which we are not using, and activity feeds we're also not using, but also video and audio. And if we take a look at this, for example, for the Explorer here, so this is all the data that we have. We can see calls, and here we see the live stream that we created, and here we have in the chat messaging, we have the users, and conveniently, this is all shared data. So if we are having an API key defined for video, we can also use this for chat. Then we check if the API key is there. If not, we show an error. Otherwise, we will initialize the client using the API key. What we then need to do is say we want to connect a user, and for that we have a user object. For us, this is going to be the ID with the user ID as well as the name for the username. And we need to add a token as well, or a token provider. And luckily for us, we have already defined this in our actions.ts. We have the create token here, and the create token provider is actually defined in the stream client here. So this will automatically refresh our tokens. So we have a very lucky thing to be able to just import this because we implemented this earlier. Now, after this is done, we want to set the client. So the client will now be updated. It will have a value. It's not undefined anymore. So what we want to do next is actually create a channel. So let's create another function for this. And inside we say if the client is not yet there, we return, because otherwise it doesn't make sense for us. And then we say, hey, let's take this client and I want to have a new channel with a type of live stream. We'll get to that in a second. And then I want to have the channel with the ID of username. We create this channel if it's not already created. And then we want to add members. Specifically, we want to add the user ID, so the currently active user that we have handed in to the MyChat component. And we want to send a system message here saying, hey, this user has joined the stream. So that whenever somebody joins a stream, it will show up in the chat. And then we want to set the channel. And now we want to actually execute something. So let's minimize the create channel as well as the initialize client functions. We're inside our use effect hook, we have defined the functions, but we're not executing them yet. So let's first say if we don't have a client, we're logging this and we're calling the initialize chat client function. And then we return. If that happens, this use effect hook will be re-triggered because now the client is set. And then we check if the channel is not there, we want to actually create it. And then we add the dependencies for client, username, user ID, and channel. With this, our chat will be fully initialized. So we will first create a client and then we create a channel. And after this is done, this will no longer hit and we will return our actual UI for the chat. Now with this, we're not showing anything yet, but we have actually prepared our component. And the next step for us is to actually display this somewhere, and we'll start with the dashboard. So let's switch over to our dashboard, page.tsx. And for a while, let's think how we actually want to implement this. So we want to show this next to our video component. We want to make this collapsible because maybe the streamer doesn't always want to see the stream next to the chat. So we want to be able to minimize the chat. But let's first implement a basic functionality that's there. And for that, we scroll up and we start by importing the MyChat component because we will definitely need this one. And if we remember, what the MyChat component gets as input are a user ID and the username. We already have the user ID through the session, but we don't have a way to save our username yet. So let's add a state property for this. And if we think about when we should set this, after we create the client and the call, we will have access to the user data because we have grabbed this from Supabase. So let's, under here, add a new call to set username with the user data.username. That's all the logic for now. So let's first do a basic implementation here. We will check if the session.user is there and we have the username set. If this is true, we want to show a container div. We make it a full width, height full, but we let's just cap the height at 700 pixels so it doesn't get too large. And inside, we want to now add the myChat component with the user ID from the session, as well as the username that we just defined. Now with this, our UI will actually work already, but it won't look great because what we have here is we have a single column layout with all of this. So I think I want to change this, but how can we do that? I think the best way is to have an option to expand and collapse the chat. So let's add a new state property here. We call it chat expanded and have the option to set chat expanded. And then we want to say if the chat is expanded, we want to have a 2-column layout, and otherwise we simply have 1 column. This makes things easy because now we can also add a condition here to say if the chat is expanded, we want to show this, otherwise we don't. And what we want to do now is inside our myChat, we want to be able to actually set the expanded property. Let's see. We initialize the set expanded with false. So we won't show the chat per default. But what we want to do is we want to be able to click on a button to actually display the chat. So let's add this next. And for that, we want to go to our streamer view and we scroll up. And here we want to add 2 new parameters here. The first one will be a chat expanded and then the set chat expanded. So these are the state properties that we have added here. We need to define, of course, how they look. This will be a Boolean and this will be the function to change the Boolean. And then let's see where we want to show this. So we have the participant view. So this is showing the live stream with luckily a relative layout. So we want to show the button above that. So let's here add a new check if chat is expanded and set chat is expanded. And inside we want to show a button which has the wonderful class name here. So basically this should be a button that is rotating, and if the chat is expanded, it should be rotated to the 100 degrees, otherwise not. Because we have a check here, if the chat is not expanded, we will even not show this. So this check is always this is never jumping into this. All right, inside the button, we want to show something, but first we want to define the on-click, and this is going to be the set chat expanded, and we will toggle this upon clicking there. And then we have an arrow right that we need to import from icons. So we import this from the icons file that we have. We have defined this earlier. And then we also want to show a little text saying open chat. So this becomes clear. With this, the streamer view changes are done. So what we can now do is, we have an error here. So we can now say we want to have here for the chat expanded, we set simply the chat expanded. And for the set chat expanded, we can hand in the set chat expanded properties. We save this and let's see if this already worked. So let's switch to our browser. We go to our local host. We have this here and let's refresh. And we can click on the dashboard, which will load for a second. And now we have this open chat function here, or button to be more precise. And we can click this, and upon clicking it, we see we are setting up the client and the connection, which is good, but the chat is not loading. And I can see that we have an issue here. And the issue that we have is the following. The stream chat says the update channel failed with the error that the user with the role user is not allowed to perform the action add own channel membership in scope Livestream. Okay, this is to be expected because what I described to you earlier is that we have a very fine-tunable permission and scope system, and let's take a look at it to fix this error. So we are in the chat messaging here and we have a roles and permissions section. And for now, we want to take a look, because if we look at the error, we see in scope Livestream, the role user. So we can go here, we have the role user and the scope is Livestream because we're working with Livestream channels. And now we can see that the add own channel membership permission is not there. This is the default setting, and I think it's a reasonable default to say you can't add own channels to this. So it's just a setting that is set, but we can now search for the permission and we see, okay, this is not an active permission. If we show all permissions, we can see this is not enabled per default for users. We can click on the edit button here and change this to be true. And now we can save, confirm. And now this is part of the active permissions. So we have changed that. And as you can see, there is like different channel levels. All of them come with different permission levels. We can see we have different roles. And the cool thing is that you can even define your own roles. So we can add new roles for different scopes and really customize what people are able to do. This would, for example, be very helpful in a moderation setting where we can allow moderators in our Twitch chat to ban certain people, to block certain messages and flag them. So it's a very powerful system if we need it. By default, it comes with some sensible defaults. All right, but with this done, let's now refresh this page and see if the error still persists. We see our stream happening. Still only one person has joined, but we have not gone live, so this will be crushing in a second. But we can now open the chat again and we see it works. We even see the message that I have joined the stream, which is great. And what we can do is now write a message and say, hey, audience. And we will see that the message is there. It doesn't really look like the Twitch chat yet. We will customize this. But before we customize it, we want to also show it to viewers. So let's switch back to VS Code and open up the user page. And let's see what we need to implement here. And here the implementation is even easier because the first thing we do is we import our MyChat component and we leave everything untouched here because all the logic is there, it makes sense. And now we have the UI at the bottom. I minimized this for it to be a little bit more viewable. And now we want to have a grid layout again. So in the root here, let's add the grid as well as the option to have 2 columns which are of equal size. We might want to change this in the future, but let's keep it simple. And then we wrap our existing code in a container. And we now want to have the other one be of a maximum height of 1/2. Again, we don't want the chat to be too large. We want to keep it at the 50% of the height available. And then we check if we have a session with a user and if they have an ID. If that's the case, we show our chat. That's it. We can save this. And now we switch to our incognito browser tab where we are logged in as the test user. And let's scroll down here. And here we see, oh, there is a test stream going on. Let's join this. And we see we have the streamer on the left and we have the chat on the right. This user has sent a hey audience message, which is similar to this. So if we respond now and we can say, hey, I'm your biggest fan, And we can now check if the other person has seen this. And yes, we have the hey audience and we have the hey I'm your biggest fan. So this worked. We have a working chat, which is pretty cool because now streamers and viewers can chat together. But it doesn't really look twitchy yet, so we might want to change the look a bit. And for this we will customize the chat. We won't go into too much detail here, but we want to make it at least look decent. So let's switch back and let's open up our My Chat component. And before we start, let's think about the things we want to implement. And I want to start easy to demonstrate the concept of customization here. So first we will customize the header. So we will create a custom channel header. And after that, we will customize the messages. And with that, we want to add some custom message data. And it's actually quite straightforward to do this. So let's get started with this next. And what we will first do is we go to our My Chat folder and let's create a new file and we call it custom channel header.tsx. We will want to use the arrow right icon again, and let's first define the custom channel header, and we want to give it the setChatExpanded parameter because inside we want to be able to minimize the chat. So what we can do now is we can have a container. So we call it with the text small, gray background, no, gray text color, and give it a flex layout, center everything vertically, and give it a slight padding. Inside, if the chat is currently expanded, we want to have a button that has a small text and it's rotated by 100 degrees, and we want to transform everything, so animate it. And on click, we want to simply set the chat expanded to be false. Inside, we show the arrow right and a small text saying stream chat with black text color, center everything and make it bold. Now, however, we still need to actually use this component. And for that, we switch back to My Chat. We first import the component, so our custom channel header, from this file. And what we can simply do now is inside our chat window. So we show this with the setChatExpanded property to be setChatExpanded and close this. However, the problem is we're not actually getting this, right? So what we need to do is now have this as an input parameter. And then we can actually show this. We can even conditionally show this if the set myChatExpanded is only set here. So let's change the function signature here. And here we can now say we want to have a setChatExpanded function that we can use here. So with this, this will work. However, it actually might not be working because in our user chat, we don't want to be able to minimize this. So we set this to be optional. And now when we go to the streamer dashboard, here we have this function. So here let's set it and use the setChatExpanded property that we have. And with this, our chat should now have the custom channel header. So let's open up the chat. And here we can see we have stream chat. And if we click on it, it will be closed and we can reopen it. So this is the first customization that we want to do. And the second one is that we actually want to display the messages here in a nicer way, because this looks like a usual chat, like one of the popular chat providers such as WhatsApp, Telegram, Signal. But we want to make this look a little bit more like a live stream UI. And for that, we switch back to our My Chat component. We've now seen how we can customize the channel header to be a completely custom component. We will now change how the messages look. And for this, we want to also enrich the messages with additional information. For example, whether the currently sending message person is a streamer, or like I said, the color, so that we can customize things a little bit there. So we will see a different kind of customization now, and let's get back to our My Chat component, and let's first import a few things. We will use a use callback hook. We will add some custom types from Stream Chat. We will see in a second why we need those, and we need to have custom message input props. Now I already told you that I want to have customization for streamers and followers, or colors for people. So let's first add the streamer option, because we know where the chat lives, either on the streamer side or on the user side. So if it's on the streamer side, we want to add this information. So let's add this as an input, is streamer, which is a Boolean. And then we also add an option for a custom color. Now, where does it make sense to set the color? And we know that when we set the channel, we can also set the color, but we want to have a custom color that is randomly generated. So let's add a function for this. We call it create custom color. We have a list of available colors, and we want to return a random color of that array. We can use this inside here to create a custom color, because we now want to have a submit handler. So basically we have a message input, and whenever someone sends a message, we want to enrich this with custom information. For this, we add a submit handler, which takes message input params. So we override the custom submit handler here with a use callback hook wrapped. We start with the following params. We have the channel ID, the local message, we have the message and the send options. And inside we can now add custom logic here. So we want to send the message inside the channel, and the parameters are the text. We take this from the local message. We have a user ID, we will take from the local message as well. And then we add some custom properties here. Now this will show an error that we will fix in a second, but we also want to have the information whether it's a streamer or not, or it's the streamer. So we add both of these, and let's ignore this error for now, and I'll explain that in a second. And then we want to also send these send options here and add the dependencies. So just to quickly describe this again, the submit handler is just the function that's actually executed once a person wants to send a message. And we can override this and take the properties that you see here that we get from the message input. So someone enters a message. This is the info we get, and we can now enrich this with our custom logic. With this being said, we can now scroll down to our message input and override the default submit handler with our custom submit handler. Now we still have this error here because this is actually not part of the default message properties. Luckily we can enrich those, and how this works is, let's see, we have our stream client here, and let's add a new file here, and we call it stream chat DTS. And inside here we can first import the type that we want to expand. For our case, this is custom user data from stream chat. Now with this we can say we have this type, which is the default type, and then we want to declare for the module stream chat. So we can take the module and actually add to it. And here we define the interface custom message data. We extend the custom message data inside there. I think we can actually even remove the import because we get the import directly. Also, I was using the wrong one. We don't want to enrich the user, but the message data. And here we can now say we want to add a color property, which is a string. And if we save this and go back to my chat, we already see this worked. So we have enriched this, and we also now want to show is streamer to be a Boolean is streamer. And with that, we can switch back to our My Chat. We will see some errors, but these are actually just linting errors, so we can ignore these for now. However, we added a new property to the My Chat called is streamer that we are not setting yet. So we already see in the dashboard we get the error. So let's change this and set is streamer to be true here, because we are on the dashboard, which, well, has the streamers data. And then on the user page, we also have to customize this. But on the user page, we can already know that we are actually not a streamer. So is streamer will be set to false. That works. But the thing that we're not doing yet is actually displaying this information. So we need to add a custom component for this again. And let's go under my chat and let's call this custom message.tsx. And this is just simple UI that we want to build. So we first create a custom message component and then we call the use message context hook. So this is the important part. So we can use the use message context hook from Stream Chat's React SDK. And I will explain how this is injected in a second. But first, let's focus on building up the UI. And we can return the UI here. And first we add a paragraph with a flex layout. And we first add the time now. For this, we simply take the messages.createdAt property. And we format this to have a 2-digit hour and 2-digit minute string. Then we want to customize the message color. And we want to say that the message.user.name here is shown. And we show this as a text of Twitch purple here. Then we say we want to show the text of the message. So the text should be just shown in gray text with a small text here. However, we now want to customize things a little bit. So with that, we first check if the message is actually from the streamer. In this case, we want to show a rounded icon at the start here with a Twitch purple background, a small padding, make it rounded and of size 5. And inside we simply show an S for streamer. There's one thing, however, that we haven't talked about yet, because this is here the style that we actually want to show the message in the message.color, which is the property that we have customized. And we use the text Twitch purple here just as the fallback. Now all that's remaining for us is to actually display this custom message. And we can go back to my chat here and scroll all the way down. And what we can do for the channel, we can now add a prop here called message. And for this, we want to show our custom message, which was auto imported, I think. You can see it here. So this will now display the custom message as the default message component, replacing the one that comes out of the box with the SDK. So if we save here and we switch back over here, we already see this works really nice. We have the hey audience and we have the hey I'm your biggest fan. Let's refresh this to make sure we have the latest version. And we can now test if we send a message here, it should now be displayed with the streamer. I'm the streamer. So we see the S here in the beginning. So this works nice. It's not showing here because at this point we didn't enrich the custom message yet. So if we switch to our other one, we see, oh, we have 100 messages even. Nice. The streamer sent a message. Hey, I'm still your biggest fan. And this works as well. I mean, it's a little bit unfortunate because they have the same name, which of course shouldn't be the case in a real application, but it's fine for now. But we see these are different messages and we see this worked. So with that, our entirety of the application is done. It was quite the journey, but I think we've accomplished quite a bit. So let's do a quick summary. First of all, congratulations on finishing this project. I think this was quite some time, but thanks first of all for staying with me for so long. I just quickly want to recap what we have actually achieved in this project. We started off with a very empty project, nothing inside. And then first we added Clerk as our authentication provider and integrated this inside our Next.js application that we also started from scratch. Then we connected this to Supabase to first create an onboarding flow that was adding users to our database. And then we added the home feed that has the list of currently streaming people. We enriched this with some mock data because, well, we are not as popular as Twitch yet. And then we added the streaming functionality so people could stream from their dashboard and users could follow and watch their live streams. And finally, we added the chat functionality to our app. And all of this was not easy, but we have achieved this in, well, a decent number of hours. So congratulations again. I hope you enjoyed the tutorial. We really enjoy doing longer form videos like this. So if you enjoyed this, please leave a like and a comment that you enjoy this and what you want to see next maybe. We really appreciate this, and it really shows that this is actually content that people enjoy and people like. So please also give a like to the GitHub repository that I will leave a link to in the description, and follow our channel if you want to see more content like this. For now, huge respect for getting through this, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Bye bye.